Welcome, everybody. My microphone should be pretty well centered. I'm gonna mute myself while I'm eating. And we'll talk about current events. Now you can help me. Although, help is pretty much a non existent thing I expect to get, so it is what it is. Alright, so anybody who doesn't know. Oh shit, no, we're not showing that. Let's play some music. Put my headphones on. You guys aren't gonna hear this music anyway, because I don't have that channel playing for you guys. Alright. I need this, but I need this. Do this. Alright. Leave my music over here, put my chat in front, multi-chat is open. What's next? This is a new era after Supreme Court Railway during. It is a new era, and it's not a good one. Rights need to be protected federally. End of story. All rights, equality across the board, needs to be protected by the Supreme Court immediately. Immediately. No hesitation, no time to think and ponder whether it's the right thing to do. Immediately, or you aren't for humanity, you're against humanity. It's that fucking simple. Alright. I'll mute myself. Give me a second. I need to change my trash can. That's what I need to do. What's next? Americans are responding to the Supreme Court ruling. Constitutional scholars. Okay. So the first thing I'm going to say is all these little wins you're talking about, we failed the big one. So any little tiny win, as fast as they were able to just destroy our protections, I have no hope that they're going to stop my lifestyle from being a hunted, marginalized group. Already a marginalized group. Now I'm just going to be legally hunted. Anybody who says I'm over exaggerating can literally kiss my ass. Those are the same people that said they were never going to get rid of Roe versus Wade. It's the same people who, after they did get rid of Roe versus Wade, they said, oh, it's just up to the states. It's not illegal. Fucking daft motherfuckers. That's all I got to say about that. Now, Hmm. It is what it is. Somebody did message me on Facebook. Give me a second, guys, because I think it was earlier. I didn't see what the message was because it doesn't let me see those things while I'm live on my Facebook, my private page. There we go. This is a message from a blocked person, I'm assuming. Go to this. I want to see all of them. Come on, show me. See all in Messenger. Jesus. There we go. Message was available 1 week ago. Oh, okay, so that account has been shut down already. I could have swore it said somebody, a user, and the user said, you need to contact your mother? No, I don't need conditional help. That's not what I need right now. Never what I needed. I suppose it would be on my page. Comments on my live feed. Go to my page. That was earlier. Nothing. Nothing. No comments. No comments. Partially muted to copyright match. What were they doing? Hold on a second. I gotta unmute this and listen to it. So I gotta mute my music. And see, there's a copyright claim on a video that was meant to help me. Oh, okay, so I can only see this. Okay. 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 That's Facebook for you. Facebook will literally hold on a second, I gotta mute that video again. Alright, so we don't care about that. But I'll explain this stuff to you guys because you guys can hear it because there's no music on your end. And I did while I was out walking earlier. Well, basically, gonna try to get some money together. Gonna be comfortable while living in my car and junk like that. And my low tire light came on while I was going to my first trip of the day. And I had to cancel that trip. Pulled over, went to go fill up the tire, and noticed a screw, flathead screw, was in my tire. Just inside of the tread, pretty close to the firewall. Or not the firewall, I keep calling it the firewall. The sidewall of the tire. And looks pretty straight. The tire pressure did go down quite a bit until I filled it back up, and it seems to be holding steady at about 19 pounds of pressure. I'm sure it'll be flat by the time they get to it. I just hope it doesn't damage the sidewall and they can patch it. But it looks pretty deliberate. It really does. It looks like right when I started backing up, I heard a noise. So basically, it was like it was placed there. It was placed behind my tire. I wasn't ready for that. Not in a situation to replace an entire tire. An entire tire. Okay, so I'm hoping they can just patch it and I can keep on working with it. But as it stands now, they're probably going to be closed tomorrow. I put some post-it notes inside of the window, gave them my name and phone number because they don't have an inbox to call at Tire Choice, where I ended up parking my car. They're probably going to charge more than the tire discounters down the street that or discount tires. I forget what it's called. That only charges about $26 for a patch job. Last time that Tire Choice place was, or that discount tires, whatever it was called, they fixed it for free. I was shocked. I think it was just a bad seal, so they really didn't have to use a patch or anything. They literally just had to take the tire off, check it, reseal it, and put it back on there. So that's why they did that for free. But this time, I went to a place that's known to kind of like try to make you buy more than you need. And they're probably going to charge me a lot more than $26. But we'll see. We'll see what it is. And now for a second. Yeah, so it looks intentional. It was done with a flathead screw, and it was right when I was pulling out of my parking space. So it was put there, but afterwards, or else I would have ran it over going in. Yeah, that's shitty. That's really shitty. Somebody in this apartment complex decided, we don't like you or your car. I'm not very quiet on social media either, so I'm guessing it's a targeted attack. It wouldn't take much to figure out where I live, what kind of car I drive, things of that nature. It wouldn't take a hell of a lot at all whatsoever. And I'm pretty sure somebody in the apartment complex has been offended by my material because I am not religious and my lifestyle choices against their religion. But unless I was able to like pull some video from the neighbors, which I'm sure they're not going to share that video with me because they watch their car like a hawk, and it's usually parked right beside my car. And I did watch a guy a couple days ago just eyeing me down in my vehicle. It was eerie. I do have that recorded. No, I did have that recorded. It was on a TikTok that I was recording, but it wasn't the finished draft, so I ended up deleting it. I discard all the video that I don't use. So I wish I would have kept it because he was very suspicious. He was just eyeing me down, like he was thinking about stopping and approaching me while I was in my car recording a video. It was creepy as fuck. And I know approximately where this guy lives and where he comes from, but there's no proof I have that he was targeting me, so I'm just gonna leave it alone, carry on about my day. Get my tire patched. I'm missing out on up to 2 days of work because I don't know if they're open tomorrow. This is inevitable because of just the situation with everything going on. I am out of my apartment. As soon as they give me the eviction notice that I can actually still be able to go somewhere and rent, I will be out in 3 days from that eviction notice. That way I don't get sued, because if you are actually evicted and you just don't receive the notice, they actually evict you, you will not be able to rent from anywhere for like 6 months, at least 6 months, probably longer, because they kind of they do that to you. They don't care. They're all about that money. Acting like it's gonna take so long to charge. Hold on, I gotta make sure. 48 minutes. Okay, yeah. For some reason, the Type C charger on my phone only likes to be plugged in one direction. You plug it in the other way, it slow charges. Plug it in the right way, it fast charges. It's gone up to 58 minutes. Plugged in. I gotta go under my desk. I'll be back. 48 minutes to 57 minutes, 57 minutes. Doesn't seem to be going up from there, but okay. Take it. I'm back. Alright, so it's unavoidable. Other than a miracle, that's not going to happen. I'm out 2 days of work. Bills coming up. I'm going to have to rush to get enough funds together to get a storage unit and get most of my stuff out and in storage. It's going to be close. I'm going to lose a couple of the big items like the futon and the treadmill because I just don't have the strength to pick those up and drag those across the street. That's weird. Seeing some guy just lifting in a whole ass couch and dragging it across the street because they have to move out. Not gonna happen. I'm gonna lose probably one of the beds. Back when I was doing good, I had my son over a few times. So I have 2 beds, one for him, one for me. And I'm gonna lose one of those. The other ones will be in storage. Storage is really cheap, sustainable. But I will have to live in my car. I'm not receiving help from any of my family because conditional help is not help. If there's a condition on your help, you don't want it or need it. It's going to get a little rough in the wintertime. But considering I'll be a hunted individual anyway, by the time that occurs, I don't really care. I'm going to do what I have to do to survive. And even though it's illegal to go camping and stuff like that, they can't. I'm not easy to spot in the crowd. I mean, yeah, like I said, I'm not particularly hiding on social media, so I'm probably going to be targeted pretty fast. But I would like to think that they'd have to get pretty lucky to run into me in the middle of the street and not be in daylight, although I doubt they're going to care if they're in daylight by that point. Fucked up world we live in now. I've seen it building up. I've seen it come into this. But I digress. Let me go back to my explanation of what's going on with me. Oh, I got a Discord message. Oh, it's from. Let's just. Okay. Fire. Puncture. Yeah, as soon as I pulled out, I heard it puncture. It was ridiculous. I'm just explaining to a friend online what happened. Oh, yeah. Oh. It's pointless to file a police report because I know they won't do crap. I bet you any money that camera that the neighbors usually put in their window is not there. Possibly on it. I don't know. They seem kind of possibly might be the type. Possibly might not. I don't know. That's kind of up in the air. I believe that possibility. Remembering running into a dog a couple days ago that somebody didn't have on a leash, which is, not something you're supposed to do no matter how old the puppy is. Ran up to me. It was a nice dog, nice puppy. Some head pats, and it seemed happy with it. But I was I just so much freaking. It's never ending. It doesn't stop. I can't catch a break to save my life. It's ridiculous. I'll be back. I'm back. Okay. All right, so apparently somebody on Messenger. No amount of discussion is going to change my thought processes or anything. Yes, posted in. Oh, and it is artwork posted in. They're always posting some freaking insane artwork. How they animated it, that's pretty sweet. Who loves posting Dragon Ball Z? They're good at it. That's all I gotta say. Really good at it. What is this content that's not available right now? You won't even tell me, and I'm the person that freaking. I just. What's the post? Won't show the post. Oh, okay. Well, I took that down. That's why it's not there. I deleted that post. Oh boy. Oh, my headset turned off because I'm not listening to music anymore. Life. Oh. I know they get it. Hi. How's it going, Fred Cool? On. That is YouTube. Hey. Thanks for viewing, I guess. I don't know. I am I'm in a rut. That's what I'm in. I'm in a rut. I tried to work today and somebody sabotaged my car tire, and now I have to wait until the place opens, which it might be closed tomorrow, before I can even go back to work. I gotta get that tire fixed up and get back to work. But that's up to 2 days of no work and vibes. A lot of the emojis you're using, they don't have on my multi-stream platform, Streamlabs. It just tells me what it says. um, if I had good vibes left to give, I wish you the best of luck in your day. My luck, I have no luck to give, but hoping for the best for you. Assuming you're not one of the people that's up for suppressing everybody and telling them they don't have a right to exist. Then I hope the best for you. I really do. Yeah, been a life. Trying to get my car tire repaired. Hopefully, it just needs a patch because I do not have the money to replace the entire tire. Gonna be living in my car soon. That's always fun. That's always amazing, isn't it? And the reason being, I know a lot of people just don't understand or don't pay attention to this. Rideshare, the gig work economy is and always has been rigged to fail eventually because they favor the shareholders and how much money they make. So what they've been doing is charging the riders more, um, paying the drivers less, and compensating their shareholders with that extra profit. And we're all under independent contractor status, but we don't get to determine our rates. So we're under a false independent contractor status when we are employees. They refuse to send us W-2s because they swear up and down we don't work for them. We're not employees of whatever gig work you're using, usually multiple platforms. And no longer make a living. At least can no longer afford my living situation. As for getting a new job, it takes at least 3 weeks to get paid from pretty much everywhere. And not to mention that I still make more here on hand cash than I would working for pretty much anybody else across the board that I quote unquote qualify to work for. And not to mention having to go through interview processes. I just don't have that viable amount of time. I don't. It doesn't exist. Literally going to be out in a matter of days, so I don't get evicted. I will get an eviction notice, but as long as I'm out within 3 days, no legal action will be taken. And eventually, once I get back on track with things, after living in my car for however long, I can get into another apartment somewhere else. Not with the same people, obviously, but just somewhere else. That's how our system is set up. It's not very people friendly. And never really has been. That's for sure. I am currently hoping for a miracle that I know is not going to happen. All right. Get some rest. I'm going to enjoy my central air while I still have it too. I'm not going to sleep, but I'm just going to enjoy the fact that I still have it at this moment. I'll be gone soon. Mm-hmm. Later. Um, there was ever time in my life where I needed something to go right. It would, and I needed the non-existent charity of others. Um, it would be now. I'm not going to get it. Like I said, this is. I've said it before in another stream. This is not just an American problem. And Poland's even gotten rid of their women's right to abortions, and that's fucking shocking because Poland has always been uh, neutral. Now it's not. Wow, they went just full fascist there. I guess. At least that's what I've heard. I should really check on some stories for Poland, but it's very disheartening to see that all the fascists did was switch to another platform and started using everybody's political system against them to quietly sneak in and then promptly take control. That's what they've done. Sneaked in silently and then they promptly took control by breaking everybody's political system in rule of law. Things like civil rights not be touched. Human rights, civil rights should not be touched ever. There should be equality across the board, and people should just be allowed to live peacefully and pursue whatever they want to pursue. I know all this shit's going to take down because, as it's stated and as has already been proven time and time again, history is written by the victor, and when you're not the victor, you're erased from the history books. Based, gotten rid of. Oh God. All right, gonna mute myself for a while. I need to have some munchies. Okay, where's they? Oh, there it is. All right, so these are the people that voted to get rid of, to start attacking the rights. Uh, oh, let's see if it states in here. Eventually, the Planned Parenthood. It does say that they need to address. Here we go. We hold that Roe and Casey must be overruled. No reference to abortion. No such right is implicated, protected by a constitutional provision. There's a bunch of bullshit. Oh, my headset keeps going into sleep. Turn the music back on. Here we go. Abortion people and elected representatives personally for abortion and limitations upon. Uh-huh. Provides. Wow. Just savage as fuck with this. They really are. Oh, okay. Jesus. They're savagely just openly getting rid of our rights. All of our rights. As human beings. Our unalienable rights. Muting myself again. I need munchies. What Clarence Thomas is going to do now? Here we go. Not do that one. In future cases, we should reconsider all of the court's substantive due process precedents, including Griswold versus Lawrence and Obergefell. So due process. Lawrence and Obergefell. Those three cases: Griswold, Lawrence, and Obergefell. Lawrence prohibits states from criminalizing consensual sex between adults. That's what Lawrence does. Consensual sex between adults. They're going to basically be like, no, it's not allowed anymore. You guys are not allowed to consent to having sex with each other. That's what they're going to do. That's what they're going to do. They're going to leave it up to the states who have already had trigger laws in place for when Roe v. Wade was overturned to make it illegal in their states. They're going to give them the same power to do the same thing to consensual sex and same-sex marriages. Okay? And a civil war where at the moment we have technology, but this stuff's going to get shut down. They're already talking about shutting TikTok down. Because, there's too much bullying going on there. There's too much possibility for Chinese data mining. Was that just an army recruitment ad in the middle of this crap? Jesus. What a bunch of pricks. Should join the army. No, fuck you. I was 40 years old. Get out of here with your army bullshit. This is retarded. This is. See, these are human rights violations. That these are not federally protected rights. So. Obviously, Roe versus Wade was a human right. I'm going to say this until I can't draw breath anymore. The Republicans are the aggressors. The Democrats are complacent because they are part of the same cultist religious beliefs. I can't attack their own religion. Their hands are tied. Millions of people are going to die because your hands are tied. Fuck you. Fuck you. Jesus. Complacency makes you just as guilty. Justice won't come swift, but when it does come, will it be glorious? Ah, well. Fucking. This is a crisis. We can't get out. None of us can get out. Anybody who's part of the working class, the 98% of America, we're stuck dealing with this shit. There's no, oh, if you don't like it, get out. There isn't. And if you've never looked into immigration before, don't even talk about it. It is not a swinging door that is just widely open. takes money, and it takes years. Money and years. Think about that for a second. So we have to deal with this. So our only option is to fight for our lives, because our lives are being put at risk. Our rights are stripped. We are now less than human to the government. They're going to start stacking the elections because they're going to go after that one court case that basically says that gives the states the right to overrule a free, federally decided election. Wow. They're not even trying to hide it anymore. And right now, they're completely unobstructed. They're completely unobstructed. This has been going on since, was it? Since the announcement was made. Actually, it's been going on for years. But since that slip, that press release of what they were going to do with Roe versus Wade, since that slipped out into the media, it has literally been like maybe 2 months, a little over a month. And it's gone. Just like that. These other ones are gone. Since the day they mentioned them, they are gone. States are putting together trigger laws for criminalizing consensual sex, for criminalizing same-sex marriage, or just getting rid of the right for them to be in a marriage. They've also gotten rid of due process, having to announce your Miranda rights, because, you know, it's laughable because they don't even exist anymore. Somebody just got killed in a city that's about 2 hours from me. 2 hours from me. They were a delivery driver, like me. But because they were black, they shot him 60 times. Because he was fleeing for his life. He was unarmed. He was a delivery driver delivering food. No criminal record. 60 times. No gun. No criminal record. Not acting suspiciously. Making deliveries. And the cops just got put on administrative leave with pay. And then, to make it even worse, okay, anytime there's a mass shooting, it involves a Caucasian male doing the mass shooting. A lot of the times, they get the guy alive, with casualties, of course. Alive. A guy with a gun who is killed a whole bunch of people alive because he's white. Can't tell me it's for any other reason other than the fact that they're white. I'm gonna shoot an unarmed man with no criminal record 60 times? But you're not gonna shoot somebody who's killed innocent people in mass? My anger is immeasurable right now. My anger is immeasurable. I've been spouting this shit for years, annoying the shit out of people with it. Never gonna happen, not gonna happen. Well, you can still do this, that, the other thing. No, we can't. We never could. And now Now we're seeing the consequences of those actions. And the oppressors are smiling as they take their checks to the bank and drain us dry of every freedom we have. Vote. Well, they're going for that too. They're going to be able to legally say that your federal election is wrong. It's void. We're overturning it because we don't agree with it. That's what they're going to get rid of. And the only thing the people that are supposed to be protecting us from this are doing are campaign rallying, campaign drives. That's what they're doing. They're doing campaign drives, asking for money to help stop this when they already have the majority. Already have the majority. Nobody's buying it. Nobody's fooled by this anymore. Nobody gives a shit anymore. Okay? This wasn't fixed the day after. So any excuse you could possibly make is void. U.S. Marshals should have went to that justice's little hearing there, and once they announced that it was overturned, they should have all been arrested, and a presidential veto should have been put in place that said, this is void because they committed perjury. This is void because they are stripping rights from the American people. They are traitors to this country. Because this didn't happen, I'm not surprised, but it is very disheartening. I mean, we just got done having 4 years of the Trump cult and Trump. So obviously it doesn't surprise me. But it's not about the surprise I have or don't have. It's the fact that they could shut this down any minute. Because these are obvious attacks on our human rights. Obvious attacks. You're less than human. Our votes really don't matter now. There's been gerrymandering in the system on the state level for decades. And now it's going to be federally accepted that they can overturn the election if they disagree with it. It's going to happen. And they could have stopped this the moment it started. Because these are obvious and clear and publicly viewed things. Public video, audio, everything you could possibly want. Nobody's hiding what they're doing. Just outright announcing it. I mean, yeah, they weren't supposed to leak that opinion. That became fact. That opinion that became fact. Think about that for a second. The moment that opinion became fact, U.S. Marshals should have been in there arresting every single one of them that voted to overturn it. The second it happened, they should have been standing outside that door, but like, you guys want to do this? You guys sure you want to do this? I bet you any money. They would have been like, you know what? This is a bad idea. Let's just go home. And I bet some of them would have just retired at that moment. Right at that moment. They would have been like, nope, no, I'm out. Peace. Any money. If they had any kind of repercussions that they were going to have to fear for unethically and wrongfully terminating our rights without our permission, our consent, without as so much as a vote by the people. they would have done it already. They would have done it already. But most of the people on the left are also part of that religious cult of extremist fascio-Christian mindset. And they are trying to play it off as being human, but your inaction speaks volumes. Oh, our hands are tied. Fuck you. You're literally putting everybody at war with each other. Literally putting the states at war with each other. That's how the Civil War started. How the Civil War started. States started being at war with each other, and the majority of the states being in the Union were just like, federal government went, no, stop. This is not okay. These people that are part of the Union still, make these people that want to secede from the Union stop. You're now on our side. Here's the military. Go to war. That's what's going to happen here. That's what's going to happen here. The problem is, right now, the people that are part of the Union, people that haven't lost their rights, that have the control and the power of the government, are on the fascist side. We are fucked. No hope. I don't have any hope. All I'm asking is somebody to have some kind of empathy to help me get out. I don't think I'm going to get that, though. I don't think anybody is. There's so many people to get out. How do you prioritize? Where do you begin? Some of them don't want to leave. Rightfully so. They shouldn't have to. You know? Biggest danger. It's right in our backyards, and we can't even defend ourselves from it. Why can't any of this be an over-exaggeration? Why can't any of this be fake? Why can't I be in some kind of comatose state and just having a nightmare? I don't believe any of this shit I'm saying, but it's right here. It's right fucking here. Literally unbelievable. Explicitly what he plans to do. Believe him. Explicitly stating what he wants to do, and they're gonna do it. And they could have stopped it the moment it happened. They could have stopped it the moment it happened. In less than 24 hours, they could have stopped it. The worst thing that should have came out of this entire situation is the fact that the government itself would have been deadlocked for a few months while they sorted this shit out. Deadlocked. The Roe versus Wade would have been continued on being a protected right, and then the system would have been deadlocked until they figured out what to do with the rogue justice, the rogue SCOTUS, whatever. Would have been gridlocked because they got to do the January 6th hearing, get that traitor all taken care of, and that crazy infestation that is currently in our government taken care of. All of them should be locked up. They're all traitors. They're all against human rights and progress. They're all about their moral superiority and making everybody else less than them. This is Independence Day, 2022. Nobody's going to celebrate this shit. The rednecks will. Any of your second-class citizens that you've created are going to celebrate your fictitious holiday. Because right now, it is nothing but fiction. Nothing but make-believe. They're going to shut down their platforms, our communication. YouTube and Facebook will censor the crap out of this eventually. If they're not already doing it, they'll censor it. Because they want to remain open platforms. Facebook already does censor it. TikTok is an insanely open platform, almost to the point of shooting itself in the foot. They got a lot of bullies on there, a lot of fascists, a lot of stuff like that. They're allowed to speak, but then whenever somebody speaks up against that, they shut them down, censor them, instead of actually attacking the problem, which is in their community guidelines. Sexism, racism, things of that nature obviously are prohibited and are a violation of their terms of use, but they have been terrible at censoring that. Instead, they've been censoring the victims of it. So, other than letting us get our words out there by using a different terminology, using the same terminology as the extremists to get around, saying the quiet part out loud, they're still doing, just in a different syntax. Wrong platform on my phone. I'm trying to go to TikTok. You're gonna have to listen to my TikTok because my video. Imagine if. Yeah, one person like that video. I don't think that. That's fine. Okay, so back. Okay.
Quickly, we are under attack! Yeah, hold the fuck on. I can't decide which binder I'm gonna put on my face before I go to battle. Natural Helheim are you talking about? I don't have time. I can't decide if I was or Reyes. Get out here, woman. Oh fuck, I messed up. I need to do it again. Sorry, I'll be right there.
Oh god. Better mute that. Haven't seen that one. Okay. Haven't seen that one. I haven't seen that one either. Parts of it. Oh. Oh. It was Spider-Man. All right.
After the Supreme Court announced that the case Texas vaccine found to economy law, which if it gets over now and in Texas, they arrest people. Activity.
Yeah. They're actually going to be putting through a sodomy law. I'm surprised they're going to wait till the fall to do it. I'm surprised they're going to wait till the fall to do it. Because literally they have the ability to do it whenever they want. They've already gotten rid of Roe versus Wade. These things are next, guys. These things are next. Why don't you guys get it? Why doesn't anybody get it? Wonder why I feel so fucking alone in this world. Where am I going? What am I doing? Lawrence prohibited states from criminalizing consensual sex. It prohibited states from criminalizing consensual sex. That's what it did. It protected a right for two adults, consenting adults, to have sex with each other. The fuck is wrong with this country? Gonna overturn it this fall. Technically, summer for Ohio, at least, is about halfway over. June, July, August. August is near the tail end of it. I think August, September, October, November. I think they said November is when they're going to address it. I would believe it's going to be before the election because they don't want that to still be standing for the election. They also don't want their ability to overturn results in the election to be after the election. They want to be before the election. So what they're going to do is they're going to address these issues right before the election. What they're going to do. And that is going to cause an instantaneous, but they're giving themselves time to prepare. Okay. It's going to cause an instantaneous declaration of war on the American people. That's what that is. You guys overturning these rights? This is just like the preamble to it. This is like women's rights are gone. This is like, hey, we're about to start fighting with you guys. This is the start. This is it. What are you gonna do? Oh, by the way, to even poke the bear, this is just the tip of the iceberg. We're letting you know we're coming for everything next. We're letting you know. And we're laughing at you because we know you're not going to do shit. They know the military's on their side. It's not going to be that cut and dry, but we'll get to that point. Well, you'll see what happens with that. That's going to be a mess in itself. It's going to be a bloody mess. This is only going to go poorly for everyone. I'm just going to put that out there. This is just going to go insanely poorly for everyone involved. The only people that are going to benefit from any kind of conclusion to this possibly some of us, if we're lucky. Mostly the next generation that's came after the conclusion. And I don't know which way it's going to go. Nobody does. Can hope that the world doesn't fall apart. But we don't know. Really set a precedent of disaster. Here, I always thought growing up that we were moving towards equality as I watched people being able to have same-sex marriages and people, the uncriminalization of consensual sex between adults and birth control for people just openly available. It's always been a thing. always been a thing for me. I thought we were moving in the right direction, having heard our history in school. Closer to the actual history of our history in school, surprisingly. Because the next generation didn't get that. But having heard what was going on and seeing the progress we were making to correct it, I was hopeful. I was really hopeful. It was really promising. That true equality can. We had a long way to go. We still had a long way to go. Make no mistake, we've taken huge strides backwards. But at the time, we had a very long way to go. We had to get African Americans true equality because they still didn't have it. We had to get Native Americans and people who had to flee their countries for from war and famine. We had to get them equality because these were all naturalized people or marginalized people that we had wronged in the past. So they were supposed to be guaranteed these reparations. African Americans weren't even getting any reparations, which is insanely concerning and just disheartening. Watch your watch your country. America's run like a company, but to watch your country continue to marginalize people that they disenfranchised, that they made less than human for generations. And now all of a sudden they're just like, oh, we don't owe them anything. We'll give them an equal opportunity, but we won't give them the same education. We won't afford them the same benefits. They can just be in the same place. They can exist in the same places we're in. That's what they've done. Like, oh yeah, you can exist here. Oh, we're gonna target you. That's what they've done. That's what they've done. Well, I've always been hopeful that we could have some kind of equality across the board. But now it's hopeless. At least in my eyes. Not that my opinion matters much. But in my eyes, it's hopeless now. They're belligerently, explicitly coming for all of our rights, making my lifestyle illegal. They're going to criminalize my lifestyle. What the fuck do you think you are? They've criminalized women's rights to their bodies. Govern their own bodies, to govern their own person. Determine what's best for their health and their longevity and their life. They've criminalized this. The land that was promised to the Native Americans for what we did to them, their reparations that they actually supposedly gave them. They started building a pipeline over it and causing the water supplies to be looted and tainted beyond the ability to be drinkable. Turn perfectly good drinking water into toxic sludge that cannot be consumed over protected lands of people that were part of a genocide. Can't begin to make this make sense. You can't begin to justify any of this shit. You can't. You're an enemy. You're a traitor to this country, and I don't care if it's the country that's doing it. You're a bunch of tyrants. You're a bunch of tyrants that could have put their foot down. the moment it happened. You're all a bunch of fucking cowards that are on the same side as these people. You don't want to attack them because they're your brothers or sisters. Well, in this case, just your brothers, because that's all that's fucking out there. A bunch of old people, old white men. Yeah, I'd love it when if people would come in my comments. Not that I'm popular or anything, but I'd love it if I was popular and people came in my comments. You're white. Yeah, but I'm not fucking stupid. I'm not fucking stupid. I knew what I believed is right. I know equality's right across the fucking board. I had a little bit of hope for a very short period of time that that was gonna be a thing. Small steps we were making in the right direction because everybody knows legal courses of action take fucking forever, but at least it was heading in the right direction. Well, I should have accounted for the obvious. Illegal action that happens instantaneously. And the passive aggressive response to it. The lazy, standoffish approach of, oh, our hands are tied. Here's what you can do. Give us money, and we might be able to fix this after the next election. The fuck is wrong with you? Jesus. Our government doesn't work the way it was taught in school. Our government was taken over years ago by these fascists who would constantly test the boundaries of how far they could go until one day when they got the presidency they wanted out of Donald Trump, they realized now we don't have to hold back. Now we don't have to take our time. Now we can do whatever the hell we want. And they're doing it. This is a plea for help for the United States. Anybody across the world listening to this sees this at some point in time. We're in danger. We're in trouble. And I know you're hurting, and I know there's a famine coming. And I know we're still in the midst of COVID. But there's a genocide coming in the United States. It's already started. It started years ago with the mass shootings in our schools and in our children. To marginalized groups of people. It's already started. Now they're gearing up. These things are going to increase exponentially once they make this shit legal. And that's what they're doing. Once you criminalize this, you're not going to stop people from enforcing this on their own. You're not. The police are going to be after you. The police are already after people who go against their abortions. They're overturning a Roe versus Wade, the illegalization of abortions in their states. And they're trying to make laws in their state to be able to cross state lines. It's a circle of fuck you. We're in danger. And this is why people are so scared, and this is why they're trying to shut down our open communication on TikTok and things of that nature, because they don't want us showing the world that we're terrified because we know what's coming. This is not an if it's coming. This is when. We know when. We know when. We need the world to act on the behalf of the American people, not our government. We need you to save us. We need the world to save us. We need the world to save us. I don't think this is just going to be a civil war. God. Now that I cooled down from my walk, I gotta put my jacket back on. It's 2 a.m. Still breathing. So I'm still going to voice my words while I'm still alive. I might have a few more months. I might get killed beforehand. You know how preemptive shit works. You're just waiting to become legal, but some people will jump the gun. Some people won't wait. They haven't in the past. They're not doing it now. They're outright just attacking trans people. There's a trans genocide in the United States and other countries too. Definitely a huge trans genocide going on in this world. They're supposed to be protected here. They're supposed to be equal here. Nobody's enforcing hate crimes that are still crimes here. They're selectively and belligerently ignoring hate crimes in this country. Yeah, laws, but you're just selectively choosing which laws you prioritize, prosecute. What the fuck? None of this makes sense, and everybody wants to be careful about it. Oh, I don't want to say this because that's assuming. My God, you hear yourselves? Is it because you're religious too? What's the reason for caution? Because once they start coming for us, all caution is complacency. Okay? All your caution in your words right now is just complacency. Already made women second class citizens. That is not an overreaction. That is not an understatement. And considering African Americans have always been second class citizens, I don't care what kind of bullshit you believe, because the way they have been actually enforcing laws. So, black women are like third class citizens, and indigenous populations are like fourth class citizens. There's this is horrifying. This is horrifying. They could have stopped it. They've always could have stopped this. There is no excuse for this. There is no justification. There is no acceptable amount of complacency in this. This is a network. Not be. Oh God. That thing, it's not gonna be unreal when they break down my door or find me in my car somewhere because I'm gonna be homeless and just execute me there right on the spot. I'm gonna be sad, be depressed. I'm not gonna want to die, but I'm not gonna be surprised. I'm not going to be shocked. I'm not going to be thinking, how could have this happened? How did this happen? I'm going to know exactly why it happened. I'm going to know that it could have been stopped. I'm going to know things didn't have to be that way. I'm glad for my friends that have families that'll protect them to the death instead of throwing them to the wolves. I'm glad I've run into some amazing people in my life that have support networks that will fight for their lives to keep them safe. Ugh. I don't have that. I'm glad they do. I'm in 85,000 directions right now, but it is heavily geared towards the one inevitable outcome of all of this. One day, I bet you any money they might actually just start wearing a again, or some form of it. Maybe outright just wearing it. Probably approve it again. And the new type of Star of David is going to be like, I mean, one side is going to be that you're just a woman. That's one, so you don't even have to wear anything because you just have that physical appearance. The other one's going to be your pride flags are going to be used to identify you and criminalize you. Pride flags are going to have to come down. Going to have to go into hiding. I'm not really a big fan of my pride flag, but that's besides the point. Nobody in a free country should have to do that. And criminalizing consensual sex with adults is not a free country. Nothing's free when you're trying to dictate what somebody does with their life and their bodies. Just remember, if we ever get our rights back, just remember, if there are any survivors from this, you never have to accept their apologies. You never have to accept and move on. You are not a bigger person for accepting their apology. You can't give that type of human being an inch because they will come back and do it again. They will come back and do it again. They're already proven that. This is a second coming of fascism. There's no celebration today in the United States. There may never be another celebration of the United States. Sorry. They have shown what they're willing to do to our freedoms, what they're going to do to our freedoms. They've already showed their hand prematurely. Not really prematurely. In all reality, they've shown their hand because they know they've stacked the deck. So, playing your cards is pointless, right? Playing your cards is pointless in their game, in a game that they created, that they stacked the deck to. That's what all these people that are shouting right now are doing. Playing their game in a rigged game. I just get to sit around and watch until my lifestyle is criminalized and I'm hunted. I hope all our voices are loud. I hope somewhere in the history of the world, these voices are never lost. I hope better humans come along and teach us about our mistakes, our shortcomings, and our fight to fix it all. Our fight to restore equality for all. Because the only other thing that's going to happen from this is complete and total self annihilation. That's what this is going to cause. The extinction of the human race on Earth. Say they're not on another planet. What they call themselves, what kind of language they, what kind of technologies they ever don't have, where they're at in their progress. There's there is an ungodly amount of universes and planets out there. And I'm sure there's some out there that have come to see us and maybe will keep teaching based off the failures of Earth's humanity. It says here's why we don't do this. Here's why you're not that type of person, because this entire planet sent itself into extinction based off the that not everybody was equal. That's how dangerous that thought path is. They're going to teach you, like, this is why you can't do that. Because it will literally destroy our race. That's what he needs to save us. Save us. Not a damn one of us out here that can fight this. Not a damn citizen that's just trying to live a peaceful life. Just try to live comfortably, which we can't even do in this country. But we take what we can and we survive. We move in a direction to hope to try to better ourselves, but now we can't even better ourselves. Women can't better themselves. Next, people in the LGBTQ community won't be able to better themselves and will be considered criminals. Will be considered criminals. It's wrong. Country. No. Rhetorical question, obviously. How did it come to this?
Banging. 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 Banging.
I'm looking at TikToks before it's shut down. You'll have to excuse me. Um. Okay, it's front page.
Breaking news. Big news university. We recognize tribes in Arizona. Really? Yes. Sure. Sure. It's very slim. It's just that we seem to be obsessed. It's because I've always loved it since I was a kid. He showed me his cock in the basement. I used to sneak out of the house sometimes just to get my hands on some cock, especially cock. It was so
Oh my god. That's hilarious. Love it when they make people uncomfortable. Need to be a bit more, damn. As inhaling that cigarette. Blow out. Oh.
Now here's the story. For educational purposes. I just heard Texas. And even worse, I can't imagine the sick mind of to anybody here. And I think this isn't fair to kids today. They can't like this. This isn't. Mari Payastua was born in 19. Let's talk dimples. This happened when
Oh, it's all my friends, of course.
Paxton is Attorney General for the Texas after the Supreme Court announced that they hear the case of Lawrence versus Texas. Oh, and Paxton went around telling that he is willing and able to end the sodomy law, Lawrence versus Texas, which, if it gets overturned, would allow them in the state of Texas make it legally gay, go and they can arrest people they think are being accused of part in the same sex extracurricular activity. A sodomy law. That's what I. Ken Paxton is.
So a couple of things you need to know. First of all, if you're in South Dakota, your mother doesn't give a shit if your child's raped. Just know if a situation like Ohio happens, she doesn't care. Positive note, Google is now going to piss off because they have started to delete all location history of anybody that's visited an abortion. So there you go. And going forward, anybody who goes near ones, that is a
Justice Thomas today in his concurrence spelled out the rights that he wants thrown out next beyond abortion, now that they've taken care of Roe. He wants Griswold, Lawrence, and Obergefell, in his words, reconsidered. which means he wants them overthrown. These three cases are about contraception, consensual sex between adults, and same-sex marriage. Next on Clarence Thomas's list.
That's what kind of bugs me about CNN. They'll mention, and then the thing you think is the biggest concern, you don't concentrate on that. So out of the two, this one, this one I believe is the one they have to shoot for, because once they've done this is just common sense. If anybody tried, it's already criminalized, because they can pretty much assume or know that this has either already happened or is going to happen. This is just a afterthought. Marriage is an afterthought. You don't get married. Some people do get married before they have sex, but you don't get married unless you're planning on, well, in their religious moral mindset, you don't get married unless you're planning on having sex with that person. Okay? So this is just common sense that they would get rid of it, because this is gone. But once this is gone, they wouldn't even need to get rid of this. They could use that as a platform to, oh yeah, go ahead, still get married. Oh, but it is illegal. So you can use those as places where you would think you're safe. I mean, some idiots might think they're safe, and they go to those places to get married, and then boom, arrested on the spot. Arrested on the spot because it's criminalized. They will assume the consensual sex between adults has happened or is going to happen. Attempted premeditated murder is a crime, and if you criminalize same-sex, consensual same-sex activities, then premeditated consensual adult sexual activities would be illegal. And now they have intent. They have intent. It's just that fucking simple. It's hard to prove intent. You think they're doing that? You think they're gonna take the time to do that? They already pick and choose how they I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole. They already pick and choose who they enforce laws on. They already pick and choose. They already pick and choose who they enforce laws on. Don't give me that, well, we can do this, we can do that. You can't, because they're not going to look at it. Those loopholes are not going to exist. They're not going to be available to you. Okay? We're on an icy slope and there is no stopping, because you don't have a you don't have a hook. You don't have one of those ice picks. Okay? Only question is, are you ready to have the materials, or did you have the materials to slow your descent? To stop from an immediate death. Maybe save yourself and be able to begin to start climbing again. Will you have the energy to fight once you hit the bottom? If you survive. God, this is unreal. This is also unreal. You could have fucking stopped it at the very moment it happened. Before it happened. The day the opinion came out, it should have been dealt with. The day the opinion leaked, it should have been dealt with. This is what everyone's complacency has done in government. Your government complacency has done this to your country. Congratulations. Like a fucking sticker. Oh boy. You know, the moment you try to make a simple, very clear, and transparent thing, the moment you start to try to add levels of acceptability to something that's unacceptable and unjust and unfair and against human rights, is the moment you failed. That's what it is. God. There would have been hope had we followed the founding fathers' advice to a T. There would have been hope if we would have never had parties, never had districts. Once we got the technology, switched to a popular vote system because they knew that was just temporary until effective communications could be set up. We had switched to a democracy at some point, a true democracy, and switched to true equality from end to end for all humanity. We could have been the greatest country in the world. We could have seen a boom in progress. We could have seen fantastic things happen in our world. We've seen an unimaginable growth of prosperity and sustainability across the globe. From one country succeeding to that degree. We've always been on the brink, on the teeter of, on the fence. Everything. Worldwide. But he's always like, oh, these people are good, these people are bad, these people are good, these people are bad, these people are in between somewhere. A whole bunch of other slew of bullshit that shouldn't really exist. A bunch of people that want self-fulfilling prophecies of a fucking dystopia. They're so hard up to have it happen that they've literally made it happen. They've literally made it happen. Oh my god. I need to put my other ear out because now I'm already breaking into my apartment. Right now, it's a bigger threat than it's ever been in my entire life. Holy crap. Sri Lanka keeps schools closed as fuel crisis continues. Did you know this famine and the fuel crisis is being perpetuated by people running these companies know that they're orchestrating all of this. They're literally starving us, causing this inflation across the globe for no fucking reason other than to cause these wars to happen. The fuck are we doing? And I know the fascists are pretty much just going to say, "Hey, you're just off the deep end. You just lost it." I mean, I'm gonna my existence is gonna be criminalized. So I mean, what else is there to lose? What the fuck is there for me to lose? Left for me to lose? Hmm? Anywhere in the U.S. Okay, you guys gotta understand this. This is the same way with Roe versus Wade. If it's illegal anywhere in the U.S. has failed. Anywhere in the U.S. No part of the U.S. can have illegalized a human right, criminalized a human right. Okay? Use the right words. I'm getting frustrated, but come on. If any type of human right is criminalized anywhere in the United States, the entire United States has failed. We are not a free country. We're fake. We are liars. We are not a free country. That's what it is. Doesn't matter where it's at. It's only a matter of time for me. It's only a matter of time. They're going to criminalize my lifestyle. My lifestyle choices are going to be criminalized. Prohibits states from criminalizing consensual. And there are things across different states, trigger laws being put in place just like they were for Roe versus Wade. Okay? You can't stop these things from happening. They could have stopped it the moment when it happened. They didn't. Don't tell me there's hope. Don't tell me that they're. Unless they stop this immediately. 4th of July would be the great best day to do it. Independence Day. Bring back our independence. Bring back our most basic of human rights. To govern ourselves and our health and who we deem, who we decide to have as sexual partners. Bring those rights back on the 4th of July, and there might be a fucking ounce of hope. Don't think we're not gonna watch you like a hawk for the rest of your existence. You're going to be under a microscope. Until a completely free system, completely freed people exist in this country. Until all human rights are guaranteed and protected. And not ever judged by a moral obligation to somebody's religion. Fascism. Okay? Fascism. You demanding that people be criminalized or that they don't hold the same rights as you is fascist. Case in point, there's no debating that. You think people are lesser than you. Don't think for a second I'll ever take, oh, I care, but it's not happening to me, so it's not my problem. And it's against my religion, so I'm not going to do a religion check, which, by the way, it wasn't against your religion. It never has been. One's a misinterpretation of a rule in the Old Testament, and the other one is the other actually is explained on when it is appropriate to do that practice. So, wrong on both accounts. Not against your religion. Never been talked about. It's never been addressed. Never really ever been in your religion. You just hate people that are different than you, and you want them dead. It's that simple. Yeah, it's not everybody in your religion, but they're equally as guilty in their complacency. They really are. They're equally as guilty in their complacency. Like I said, no matter what I say. I'm glad people aren't trying to debate me on this because I'm not debating it. I'm just saying how it is. Yeah, I'm glad people aren't debating me. Just, it's not gonna, like I said, it's not gonna matter. I'm gonna be criminalized. I'm gonna be hunted. And because of my current situation, I'm gonna be killed. I can only hope that the words I leave behind are have some kind of impact of somebody that has any kind of brain, has any kind of humanity in them. After all this is over, maybe we'll go in a better direction. It's just depressing. It's really depressing that that's all I can hope for at this point. That's all I can hope for. That's it. It's fucking depressing. Somebody help. I'm talking unconditional help. Everybody that's helped me before, it's been conditional. Backed out on the help, or it wasn't really help. It's just can't do it anymore. I'm living in terror every day, as are many of us. And that's not okay. It's not okay. big difference between me and a lot of them is very good with patterns. And I don't like the one that's unfolding before me. God. Oh, so any debates on this matter that start with me, and you just take it off. Not debating things that are going to happen, especially when it dehumanizes me, because it just shows where you stand. All of this is dehumanizing. Every single part of everything that's started to happen and has happened is dehumanizing. The fact that we let so many mass shootings happen in our schools is dehumanizing. The fact that we've never given African Americans true equality. The fact that we still treat indigenous populations like bottom of the barrel dirt shit and they don't even have equal rights. Go back on our treaties and shit like that and our reparations so fucking fast and without warning. And now you're trying to do some more government overreach and step into the Navajo Nation's land that was promised to them and say that you can govern them now. You can determine what happens legally on their land. The fuck? Yeah, don't debate any of this shit with me. This is all dehumanizing. I want equal rights for everybody across the board immediately. There is no excuse for this. They have the ability to do this in government today on the 4th of July. Wouldn't that be something? There's some fucking hope for humanity right there. Do it all in one day on the 4th of July because you can. They overturned Roe versus Wade in the blink of an eye. Might as well have been overnight the moment that opinion leaked. That's what they were planning on doing. That's what they were going to do, and that's what they did. One opinion, one guy probably drafted in a fucking day. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to. I don't care to hear it. It's all dehumanizing. I need help. I need help. We all need help. We all need out. Oh, fuck this country. Do what you want with it. Oh, go somewhere that'll actually treat us like humans. Not that we can. Never looked into immigration. That's impossible. Especially in that mass that quickly. Oof. No. The filtering process and so fucked up. Oh god. Land the free, home of the brave. My ass. My ass. Got nothing to do but keep repeating all this stuff over and over again until they shut me down or edit me or censor me. Until the TikTok app is gone. What the hell is this shit?
A study was conducted to look at this very issue. The study found no connection between homosexuality and child molestation.
Damn. Look at that. Oh my god. I guess all the pedos are in or the Cheetos are in the church. Because there's no ties to that in consensual adult sexual activity. Go fucking figure. Go fucking figure. All of the child molestation has been in churches and oh, it's ridiculous. I don't. The idiocracy that's going on right now in our country, as well as the world, is just unbearable. Time to reset everything. Time to reset the nation. Time to reset the world. Not that I'll get to be around afterwards, because I am without certainty waiting for my life to be criminalized. So I bear no fruit from any of what I can do to get my voice out there. I do not prosper off of any of this. I'm hoping for help that's not going to come. And sit and wait. Until my executioners come through the door and end me. So I had to get my mind off the existential dread, and there's this really inappropriate joke that I could tell to myself, but since it's to myself, I'm allowed to make it. At least I got this really cool ass computer before it happened. Fucking amazing piece of work. Tell you guys what, whew. I got all the cool shit, and I got to use all the cool shit. I would have rather had love. I would have rather had a person in my life that loved me the way I loved them. And then I could watch take whatever direction in life that they were taking. Yeah, with their progress. Support them when they needed. And got the same in return. A lot of relationships are about expectation. Be there. Are about compromise. And compromise is just hiding part of yourself that they don't want to see. You're literally hiding part of yourself in the relationship because you know it will cause an inevitable collapse in that relationship. I wanted to find somebody where neither side had to change to be with each other. Neither side had to compromise or have conditions of a relationship. I need a partner. I need a partnership. I just need somebody that wants to be here till the end. Now it's all it is till the end. God. I'm so scared. Alone. I don't know what to do. I hope my one friend was able to stay up all day and get their sleep schedule kind of turned around a bit. I hope my other friend's mother is okay.
Going live on this platform was one of my only income, and TikTok just permanently took it away from me. And when I reached out to them for help, they sent back an email telling me, no, it's gone forever and there's nothing you can do. So I'm not making content for them anymore. I'm not going to make fun videos and pretend that this isn't a ridiculous overstep of their system. So if you want to keep seeing me here, you'd better spam their support tickets and emails until this gets resolved. Because if they're going to take away the only source of income that I have, I'm not going to keep working for them for. Going live on this platform was one of my only incomes.
So what if we met pro-lifers where they're at and said, okay, that every single person who gets pregnant has to carry that pregnancy to term, even if it jeopardizes their life and the life of the baby. But then we add a clause that says, if the pregnant person dies as a result of the pregnancy, then we also must execute the father, must execute whoever impregnated that person. Just so that at the start of the pregnancy,
That's fair.
both of the people involved
That's very fair.
conceiving this child are facing
Okay. Well, yeah. You gotta carry the baby to term and it ends up killing both them and the baby. A father is, by definition, an accomplice in that act and should be put to death. There you go. But like I said, they selectively enforce their laws as it is. They're never going to do that. That's hilarious.
First and foremost, I want to give a shout out to my brother Consciously. He said the slogan, think locally, act globally, right? And I'm pissed off, so let's talk about it. Apparently, this woman, Savannah Daisley, is being charged with having intercourse with a 14-year-old boy. But these are the types of photos that they're choosing to use. When talking about her, these are the photos that they're using. Savannah Daisley was arrested in June 2022, accused of having intercourse with a 14-year-old boy 4 times in 24 hours. She was charged with 4 counts of aggravated sexual intercourse between 14 and 16 years old.
Wow, yeah. Okay, pedophiles come in all genders, guys. Okay? I know you like to think, oh, well, it's just more of the selectively enforcing laws on people. They're choosing to use nice photos of this woman where she's all, you know, cleaned up, trimmed up, smiling, happy. Where when it's a guy, they use their prison photos, and as they should. They should use her prison photos. I mean, why would you not? Stupid.
Denied bail after appearing in court. However, this happens far too often that women, pedophiles, and predators, true predators, don't get the same smoke that men get. And this is disgusting. And then I Googled her mugshot. Go look on, and you tell me what her mugshot looks like. I can. Disgusting.
The amount of fear and hate that you fucking spread is unbelievable. I guarantee anybody.
I can't hear people like that. It's just stupid. They want to talk about fear and hate. People perpetuating these, people taking away the rights, want to say that we are spreading fear and hate. You have us living in terror. You have us living in abject horror. I cannot stress this enough. You do not get to try to spin this back in our faces, you ignorant fucks. You can't. You're the ones taking away our rights. You're the ones criminalizing our existences. You are the ones saying we're less than human. And you say we're spreading hate? What sort of fucked up dimension is your brain in? You need mental help. You need mental help. I'm not even suggesting you need killed. I'm suggesting you need mental help. You should not be given a voice or a platform to talk on because you are not well. You are a sick human being. And everybody that perpetuates this is a sick, unwell human being that needs help. It's like Iceland says, and this is the reality of it. This is the 100% reality of it. Like Iceland says, religion is a mental disorder. Religion is a mental disorder and should very well be recognized by the World Health Organization as a mental disorder. As soon as it is, it's not going to happen fast enough, but we can at least start addressing the issue. Taking power away from the people that have this mental disorder, getting them the help they need, and then reintroducing them into a society that has been fixed and that they can prosper in and they can understand why they can be healed. But that's not what's going to happen. That's just me and my wishful thinking. Again, I know I feel exactly how those who were being marginalized felt all those years ago during World War II. I know exactly what's going to happen because it's happened before. People don't learn from history that aren't taught the history. The most recent generation hasn't been taught our history. The old people know our history, but because it doesn't fit their narrative or their religious purposes, they ignore it and use it because it works so effectively for the opposition at the time. This is horrifying. And it's not going to end until we're all dead or they're all in prison. We're not going to start to head in any kind of positive direction until every human being on this earth is guaranteed their inalienable rights, their human rights, the most basic of human rights. And no, in all reality, I don't think we should have nationalities or countries or borders. We've come too far in the scientific community to be dependent on fossil fuels. They're just forcing us to be dependent on fossil fuels because it benefits them. We already know we can run things off of hydrogen-powered fuel cells. We already know we can run what's now gas-powered motors off of hydrogen-powered fuel cells, or just hydrogen combustion. I mean, come on. Stop lying to people. We have this science. We have this ability. Okay, we have this. With the combined efforts of solar power, wind power, and hydrogen-powered fuel cells, it's a renewable energy source. They're all renewable energy sources and are sustainable. Star Trek is not impossible to achieve. The direction that Star Trek has was not impossible to achieve. It's impossible to achieve when you have fascist ideals. Don't give a shit less what fucking rich ass dumb fucks are doing. In all reality, those two are both dumb fucks. I won't even get into that. If anybody ever stood behind Bezos or fucking Elon Musk, you're a fool. Elon just steals ideas from the people that work for him, claim them as his own, dumber than a box of rocks, and claim to be fucking autistic and shit. No, you're just fucking stupid. Some of the people that work for you might be autistic or might be somewhere on the spectrum, but you just literally just straight up stole their ideas and claimed them for yourself. And then, found out the best way to marginalize the renewable aspect of it and make it cost way too much to even afford and be obtainable. And also made your batteries have a shelf life of 10 years and wouldn't even hold the charge that long. Yeah, a lot of stuff they've done, I've seen proven scientific inventions that are real are here now that have been completely silenced because they're too sustainable. There's no way they can profit off them, so they just don't use them. They just silence the articles. Nobody ever publishes anything about them again, and they say, oh, well, this one minor issue, because people will complain. That's their thing. People will complain. About what? Your loss of control. What it is. It's your loss of control. They fear that. Because if they don't have you under their thumbs, their entire existence is void. They have no sustainability. They'll actually have to go out and do work. Oh my god. Whatever. Alright. So
Got up well. Fuck. What? I've come here. Got up well. Are you scrolling?
What is this? The hell? Okay.
Oh, I tell the press that gangbanger get shot, or a truckload of soldiers will be blowing up. Nobody panics. We are consumers. We are byproducts of a lifestyle obsession. Murder, crime, poverty, these things don't concern me. Concerns me are celebrity magazines, television, 500 channels.
There's AIDS, there's murder, cut to commercial, buy the Acura, buy the Colgate. If you have bad breath, they're not going to talk to you. You got pimples, the girl's not going to fuck you. And it's just this campaign of fear and consumption.
Advertising has us chasing cars and clothes. Working jobs we hate. Buy shit we don't need.
Keep everyone afraid, and they'll consume.
Because it's all part of the plan. You know what I noticed? Nobody panics when things go according to the
Oh boy. Yeah. You don't make so much TikToks.
Ally Mark Burns executed. bring back the McCarthy-era House Un-American Activities Committee, prosecute LGBTQ rights, which he calls treason. The person said this is one of the scariest videos I've seen. He uses grooming to justify, and he lays out exactly how it should be legally done. It's exactly how Hitler used God to justify the genocide of millions. Congressional candidate and Trump ally Mark Burns just called for the execution of the LGBTQ. Bring back the McCarthy-era House Un-American Activities Committee, prosecute people who LGBTQ rights, which he called.
These people are still in office. These people still have jobs. These people are running your country. Letting you know.
Alright, I'm gonna try this again. I'm just gonna make a statement.
Jesus. My God, there's a wildcat somebody has as a pet. Black Panther? Holy shit. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, this cat. Oh my gosh. What are you doing? It's adorable, but it's terrifying all at the same time because it is a wildcat.
Is that a deal?
Just actual constitutional rights. While everybody's talking about Roe v. Wade, nobody's talking about Lemon v. Kurtzman and Kennedy v. Bremerton. Let's talk about them. Kennedy v. Bremerton is a case that dates back to 2015, and it is more or less a public high school coach would pray loudly on the 50-yard line after every game. Parents complained to the school district, went up the chain of command, so to speak, and it was determined by courts that he was in violation of freedom of religion, portion of the First Amendment.
He's preaching, not
That
practicing.
framework
He's preaching.
exists because of a 1971 case, Lemon v. Kurtzman. Let's talk about that. That case, more or less, has to do with public school teachers not getting paid whenever they would teach religious materials because of violation of the First Amendment.
Separation
Now,
of church and state.
SCOTUS has reviewed the 2015 case and determined that there was no violation of the Freedom of Religion Clause in the First Amendment from a public school teacher praying
Freedom to
loudly
practice,
on
not
the
preach.
50-yard line at a public school, which in turn has some extremely serious ramifications on the 1971 case. Here's the thing. While everybody in the country is busy arguing about Roe v. Wade, SCOTUS is still doing SCOTUS. They're removing actual constitutional rights from everyone in the process. SCOTUS repealing 2015 lays the framework to turn our government into a theocracy. 3 guesses what the national religion will be.
First four don't count. And ironically enough, or unironically enough, this decision, much like Roe v. Wade, was repealed by yet again another conservative, Neil Gorsuch this time. It seemed to me that the conservatives in this country love to strip everyone of their freedom of choice. And we're handing them what they want, silver fucking platter, by arguing amongst ourselves instead of paying attention to what they're doing. And so it has begun.
Take 2 minutes and watch this excerpt.
Naturally energetic.
We need the ability to untag ourselves in any shit. Untag. I don't know about the rest of you. Tag is disgusting and weird shit lately. I would like to not have my name affiliated. Like. Anyway, stop tagging me and shit. Fuck you. Need the ability.
Yeah.
I shit to talk about men who are not pro-choice. You need to fucking listen because I'm brain.
Show me the 12-year-old forced to get vaccinated against her will. When she got vaccinated, she had an adverse event. But you know what? She wouldn't be seen by hospitals. Law wouldn't allow it, so she had to go out of state. Show me that girl, Bree. Show me that girl. Show me the 12-year-old girl that was forced down, put a needle inside of her arm, injected her with the vaccine without her will, then had an adverse event. But, because the law says you were required and we will force you to have that vaccine, you've got to go out of state. Show me that happening. Show me that happening, Bree. Fuck. Bree.
Yeah. They just like to make shit up. That's the problem.
Could you show me her tits again?
Oh my god.
Some of y'all downright hate.
But you deleted your original comments from the other video. Hope to avoid any kind of consequence. And yet you came right back into the follow-up video in order to make more comments that arguably got even worse. Now listen, I hope for one that when my daughter is in her 20s that she does not look like me. Because listen, she's already kind of terrifying, and if she looks like I do in her 20s, she's not going to break men's hearts. She's going to break their spines.
It's gonna break their spine.
I said Michael cheated on me. Ready?
Congratulations, Republicans. You guys about 9 million. Roe v. Wade has been turned. It's been my thought for some time now, as I've gradually seen changes in legislation, that the government is poking the collective working class American bear. They are counting on the populace to lose their shit, and have been intentionally preparing certain laws so that when we do lose our shit, they can enact martial law.
Right.
They know we're not prepared. They know we're angry.
They've been preparing. They've been prepared. That's the other thing too. Why I get so hopeless in all this is they've been preparing. They didn't announce the SCOTUS thing until they were protected. Our president, being within that religious perspective, is going to go along with this. He's going to enact martial law, and then maybe not them, maybe somebody else. It just depends on a few minor factors, but it's not really going to matter who. Somebody's going to enact a martial law, and just chaos. Because they're going to have to start bringing food out to everybody. They're going to start to have to. People are going to start starving in droves. We do not have the resources for martial law. They're not going to seize the assets from the rich people because the rich people, I mean, in martial law, they're allowed to, and the rich people really can't do shit to stop them. But they're going to be like, they're simply going to go from, we're profiting off of this, to, oh, we got all the money anyway now, so now let's just take all the shit that's being produced and martial law. And I don't know if you guys are aware, the only people that have successfully had a short period of martial law without any bloodshed was Iceland. It's Iceland. Martial law happened. Iceland's state of being continued to be normal until the new constitution was drafted. A lot of the old laws were still upheld from day-to-day lifestyle. Just the military was watching over everything until their shit got together. That's not going to happen here. That's not going to happen here. Once martial law is enacted, depending on who controls the government that enacted the martial law, is going to become the power. And under martial law, they're going to abuse that power until they have gotten rid of the criminalized element or beaten it into subversion. So until it's okay with being enslaved or until it's been eradicated. That's what's going to happen. If they enact a martial law. I wish I would say it would surprise me if they did. I don't really see it in my pattern that I see emerging. Because I think it's going to happen way too fast, and I think things are just going to escalate so quickly that martial law will be a moot point. Because we'll already be past the point of no return by that time. You can say you can enact something, but you're just at war with your people, so that's different. Enacting martial law and expecting people to stay civil, that's the trick. Some people will stay civil. You know that they're on the side of the government that's trying to criminalize people and subvert people into submission of the new government that's going to be instilled. Because 90% of the time, you can imagine, especially in the United States, there's political interest in the military, and there's a very big possibility that if martial law was enacted, the military itself would start to crumble from the inside out very fast. Sides would be drawn. Things would happen. Just the complete destabilization of our entire government system. But no protections from either side in all reality. And kind of rightfully so at that point, because, you started this shit. Now you have to deal with the consequences. Might actually have guns pointed at you, too. I mean, that just depends on how cookies crumble. Yeah. That I can't determine. God, all the things we've created. Despite crumbling of our... I miss it. Miss it all. Yeah, I have lost hope. All of it. Things I wish. Many things I wish would happen. I wish so many things would just miraculously happen to me. Nobody wants this. Nobody asked for it. Malicious extremists just do what they fucking want. They're sick. They're not well. And they're running this country. They're running quite a few countries. People are just told to keep quiet about it. They have the right to do that. They're allowed. No. They're not allowed. They're just let. They're just given the opportunity. There's less than they're giving to all of us. I hate this. I hate this. And no amount of everything's gonna be alright is going to fix my PTSD that I have gotten from all of this. If we avoid this, I'm still gonna be living in terror the rest of my life. And you know what they're gonna say to me? They're gonna say you really need to stop watching the news. You really need to stop watching what's going on around you and just concentrate on yourself. That's what they want you to do. They don't want you to pay attention. They don't want you to know what's going on so they can do whatever the fuck they want. I just wish. Wish this was all a dream. I'm about fed up with existence. About fed up with existence. I'm gonna mute myself and have some snacks. Matters. Only one person watching in here, and I have no clue who it is, or if they even understand me. It's not just some residual thing from a server I was in. People who think I'm less than human. I don't know. Bet you're not ready for this one. Huh?
I live in Tennessee. Our trigger law was supposed to be the heartbeat bill. Yesterday, the announcement said that we're getting a new one mid-August after the heartbeat bill. That's going to be the Human Life Protection Act. This bans all abortions after the point of fertilization. There are no exceptions. The only thing that even sounds like an exception is the affirmative defense, which basically states a physician could potentially avoid criminal liability if they could prove that the pregnant person was going to die if they did not receive an abortion. And they made sure to note that this death cannot be self-inflicted. So if a patient looks at their physician and literally says, I am going to kill myself if I do not receive an abortion, that will not protect the physician from criminal liability for performing an abortion. They are so aware of the potential mental toll of having to carry a pregnancy to term that they had to include that in the literal legislation for this state. I live in Tennessee.
You cannot even fathomably, even remotely make me believe that any type of legislator is unaware of conditions in laws, in legislation, that they're unaware of what types of special conditions and special exceptions must be made to make a humanitarian law, because they are directly legislating unhumanitarian practices into those laws. Unhumanitarian exceptions rather than humanitarian ones. That's what they're doing. So you can't tell me they can't do that because, you know, it's going to what? It's against your religion? What you want to say? That's the only defense they have. Against their religion. I don't know how to make people aware of this stuff anymore. I don't. It's just fucking chaos. This is just fucking chaos. I thought what happened in Venezuela was bad. My God. They lost their democracy overnight. That thought scared me. It did back then. When Venezuela, and you know, just pretty much became a dictatorship overnight. I bet you guys, most of you guys probably never even heard of that. You just installed a new government. An authoritarian government. But anyway, I digress. They got rid of their democracy for an authoritarian government. And literally people were begging somebody to step in and help them. Venezuela really doesn't have that good of a history. So people just blatantly ignored the citizenry of Venezuela because they've always been victimized, and people have already categorized them as less than human, so they're ignored. That thought also scared the shit out of me. We spent the last 5 years under the Trump presidency having the world dehumanize us because of the state of our government. So, tell me, who do you think's going to help us? Seeing how the shit has already hit the fan. Who's going to help us? Nobody's going to touch us. Nobody's going to touch us. We are going to slip into an authoritarian rule. They're right. This is going to be a theology. What do they call that? Theological rule? I forget. Whatever. Yeah, that's religious rule. Just like an oligarchy is a corporate-owned rule. So we're bypassing that. And yeah, that's going to shoot the corporations right in the foot. But I can fucking care less about the corporations. they've caused this. They were a major contributor to it, so they can have their theological rule, the consequences of them. That's what they get. The consequences of those. Wait until you wish to remain rich, but they're going to be like, well, this religious rule dictates that you give us all your money and assets. Sorry. Wow, what a bunch of morons. Idiocracy does not even begin to describe what's happened to this country. I've seen other countries try to marginalize people and blame it on them because they act violently. They do this, they do that. They're the cause of all the crime and all this other junk. I've seen them do that. Okay? Who put them in the position to where they couldn't prosper? The oppressors did. The oppressors did. And then just said, oh, you're just making excuses. No, you put them in a spot where they couldn't prosper, not by any normal means. And you said, there, look, you're free. Free to exist in that spot. And when they ask for any kind of help to get boosted or get started, you're just like, no, you're on your own. Ask you for educational material so that they could learn and move forward with their lives. No, sorry, you figure that out on your own. You're free now. Free from even the help to establish themselves. Shit, refugees get better treatment. Some refugees get better treatment. I'm not going to say all. Some of them. They get better treatment. A marginalized group by that particular country. Give me a second. Oh god. Sorry, I thought I muted. That was horrible. All right, I'm back.
I'm tired of fucking hearing.
Why would you want the federal government telling us what to do with our bodies? Roe v. Wade didn't tell us what to do with our bodies. It's the opposite. It told us we had the right to say what we wanted to do with our bodies up to viability, up to 24 weeks. But now you're allowing states to, in fact, legislate other people's bodies. Make it make sense.
Number 2.
Yeah, this is an emotional tactic by pro-lifers. God loved to murder babies and pregnant women. He did it often, in fact. I mean, Zark, firstborn sons, Sodom and Gomorrah. I mean,
yeah.
The dude regularly wiped out entire nations to include man, woman, child, and infant. Yeah, God, the game is not.
Just remember that the same week that Jalen Walker was shot at 90 times while fleeing from officers while unarmed, a white man from Kentucky shot and killed 3 officers and was taken into custody alive after negotiating. Just remember that the same week that Jalen Walker was shot at 90 times while fleeing from officers while unarmed, a white man from Kentucky shot and killed 3 officers and was taken into custody alive after negotiating.
Yep.
Remember, men who create pregnancies. We create pregnancies through love, lust, through impatience, sometimes impulsively. We create pregnancies through assault. We create pregnancies through rape. And every one of those pregnancies is the responsibility of a man. And the Supreme Court now that every one of those pregnancies, every one of them, should result in a birth. The Supreme Court wants to be the champion of rape dads. It wants to create a class of rape dads in America. Because the Supreme Court is saying there need be absolutely no exception to banning all abortion in America. No exceptions for rape, no exceptions for incest. Supreme Court wants to create this new class of dads. The rape victims will have to suffer. And the Supreme Court is hoping what? That then when these rapists get out of prison, if they ever go to prison, that they will then reconcile with the children, the girls they have raped. That is the future that this Supreme Court is imagining, filling this country with rape dads. They lied. That accusation has never been made by a United States Senator in the history of the United States Senate and the history of the United States Supreme Court. Senator Gillibrand was just saying that 5 members of the United States Supreme Court lied their way onto the Supreme Court. That has never been said before in the United States Senate. Republican president privately saying, of course you should have abortion in cases of rape, and of course you should have abortion in the case of a pregnancy involving sex between a black person and a white person. That's the kind of abortion President Nixon thought was absolutely necessary. That was his word, necessary. Republicans in Washington have spent decades lying about more things than they can keep track of. Remember that they lie about tax cuts for the rich, increasing revenue to the Treasury. They've always lied about that, no matter how many times it has been proven to be a lie. And now they've gone all the way to lying about who won the presidential election. What could ever stop them from lying about abortion, lying about what they really think about abortion? I, for one, believe that every Republican member of the United States Senate who favors banning all abortions is an abject liar.
Yep.
May live in the same space. Our worlds are completely different. You are conditioned to survive in a particular world, which I, and many young people like me, are realizing will soon not exist. If it was ever real in the first place, it became real through a denial of other realities. Realities which will soon make themselves felt and known. When you consider the future, you consider something which can be planned for. Retirement, career, electoral politics, and agendas. When we consider our future, we are confronted only with the dark premise that it is beyond our hands. Our fate is becoming sealed, day by day. But all the best minds in the world can only imagine the nightmarish consequences of the actions which you continue to perpetuate, despite our warnings. You may believe that everything will be okay, that things couldn't be so bad, and warn us not to be too negative or nihilistic. We, knowing what we know about the compounding disasters of the 21st century, and realizing that what we know is only a fraction of what will come to pass, cannot help but develop a special kind of psychosis to continue engaging in the world which you have developed around yourselves. Of course, it was not your fault that things ended up this way. Certain economic and political order prevailed, and your ideology adapted itself to survive within that order. However, it is time that you step out of the way. You may be attached to the world which you think you live in, but you do not understand it. If you did understand it, you would understand its consequences, not only for you in the present, but for the collective fate of humanity and its cousin species across the earth at large. Your insistence upon the familiarity of this system of mass production, mass advertising, mass consumption, and mass waste has been coated in several layers of cultural illusion, but the real, material effects of this system can be summarized concisely. You have been borrowing against the future. You passionately believe that you love your children and will do anything you can to provide what's best for them. But each day that this system is perpetuated is 100 days that must be spent cleaning up after it. Each year that this gross system evolves is another 10 years which have been cast into ambiguity for your children and their children. The price of your insistence on familiarity in the present is the decimation of hope. Maslow's hierarchy of needs places safety right at the bottom. It is the foundational support on which a human being must rest in order to have any hope for developing into a happy and healthy person. Each day that you defend the actions of the powerful and insist on the familiar activities of their cannibalistic system, you eliminate a young person's ability to feel safe. Where can we go from there?
There's a part 2 to this.
Definitely couldn't have said it better myself.
I met you earlier.
Yes.
What the hell is this? How about no?
I'm sorry, what the fuck are
No,
those?
burn that house down. What the fudge? No, burn that house down.
I'm sorry, but what the fuck are those?
No. Those locusts? Probably. Hope so. Oh, spiders. My god, why would you live there?
So, what I find very interesting is that the Christian right is.
What's your favorite surprisingly quote from an unlikely source?
Following from A Knight's Tale with Heath Ledger.
I think that is so deep. How you can shift your versus
wages overturned. People who are against abortion always. I'm glad that happened. And other people, what about cases of rape and incest? And they're like, what about it? They're like, well, a bunch of these states' trigger laws don't exception for that. Do you think that someone who's experienced that should be forced to carry the child? And they're like, you're speaking in hypotheticals. That's so few and far between. It's not like that's what's happening. It just happened. Yeah. 10-year-old in Ohio goes to a child abuse doctor, finds out she's pregnant from rape. 3 days too late. Doctor's like, sorry. Terminate this in the state of Ohio. Fortunately, that doctor called people in Indiana where it was still legal. They will send the girl there. But pretty soon, there's new legislation in Ohio that would make sending someone out of state for it a crime. Aiding and abetting crime. Hey, no worries. Ohio Republican Jean Schmidt there, she says that that young shouldn't be upset about the fact she has to carry that child. She should see it as an opportunity. It's an opportunity. I'm guessing those hypotheticals you don't care to hear about would pack a real different punch if that was your 10-year-old daughter. Roe v. Wade gets overturned and there's people who...
Yep. You have it, the state I live in. No exceptions. They're going to criminalize people doing it, abetting. And once this goes through, my state's one of the first one that's going to do just this. They're going to do that. I live on the Bible Belt. It's called the Bible Belt for a reason. I need out if I'm going to survive. Somebody help me. There we go. This is what I got. This is my life now. Around waiting to die or waiting for the unlikely possibility of somebody completely funding me to get the fuck out of here. That's what I get to do. These are going to happen. This is not an if, this is a when. This is a when. And as it stands right now, I think they said August. I think they just said August. I'm pretty sure they said August. It's July. That's next fucking month. That's next month. Pretty soon I'm going to be homeless. I'm going to be very hard to find. This is next month. You don't even get a break. Roe v. Wade was just the end of last month, so basically the beginning of this month. In all reality, it's less than a month ago. It's like 10 days ago. You know. And next month is when I'm going to be criminalized. My existence is criminalized. Next month. Government wants our trust back. The government is going to have to put its foot down and completely reverse everything bad, everything against human rights. Everything against human rights. Everything against human rights. Everything. Protect every single human right equally across the board. Every human being, all human beings, every last one of them, not the unborn, the born and naturalized, the born. Let me take out the word naturalized. Fuck it. The born. Every living, born human being needs equal rights across the board. There is no in between on this. You are either a fascist that gives two shits about human life, or you want to see the success of the human race. That's it. That's all we get. That's all we get. It's time to put away your agendas. It's time to put away your moral foundings, because everybody knows morals based on control, manipulation, and justifies genocide. Ethics. Switch to ethics. Ethically, equality across the board is what should be here, is what should exist, and is what should be practiced. But it doesn't make me rich. No fucking shit. Work. Do your part. Stop trying to take advantage of people. You don't have that right. You never had that right. Never had that right. It was an assumed thing this whole time. People need to wake the fuck up. It was an assumed thing. Hey, kill me. What are you going to get out of that? Definitely not going to make any money from it, are you? I wonder. Literally holds no bearing on your prosperity if you kill somebody because they're in your way and they're keeping you from enriching your life instead of the collective human race as a whole. Do your part. Be a decent human being. Be for the prosperity of humans and the planet that we live on. As of right now, this is the only one we get. This is all we got. Prosperity, progress, education, information, everything should be equally accessible across the board. People who think, people who are secure, people who are equal, live happier, more enriched, fulfilled lives. If you are depressed because you are not above them, there's something wrong with you mentally. You should be happy. You should be happy. You should feel safe. You should feel secure in being equals with all of humanity. I just need help getting out. I'm going to spend the rest of my life trying to figure out if there's anything I can do to help this, stop this, to put us back on track, the right direction. Because I would. I would. All I have right now are my words because that's the hand I've been given in this rigged game. This is the hand I was dealt in this rigged game. So all I have are my words right now. If I can get to somewhere where the game isn't rigged and I could live a truly free life, I would make it my sole purpose in life. Fix this. To fix this problem. And if I don't, I will do it till the day I stop breathing. Any progress in the right direction while I'm alive is good. But I can't do it here. Not when I'm about to be fucking criminalized for my lifestyle. Jesus. Those playing. I'm just gonna plug this headset in real quick because I don't want it to die. I'll let it charge for a couple hours. Headphones, not my headset. Yep, okay, charging. Put it down here, listen to some TikToks. Maybe I'll hear some good news for once. I doubt it, but.
Didn't like her. That's fine. You don't have to like her.
Now that we take a woman's choice away to her own body, what's the plan for you?
Healthcare coverage. What's the plan for the foster care system? After all, it's probably going to become flooded after this. Are you going to allow 13 and 14-year-old girls to adopt a child from foster care? Because you're certainly in favor of them going through pregnancy.
Here in my living space, right? Listening to all black people's music, shaking ass, and getting lit. And that's gonna be my 4th of July, right? And fuck everything. Fuck the fireworks. Fuck the people. Fuck the barbecues. Fuck the bullshit. Fuck this ridiculous. I'm so sorry. White people telling me bye, Felicia. Honestly, it makes my stomach hurt. Please stop it. But like I said, where was I?
The Supreme Court has totally screwed the red states, and they don't even realize that.
No, they don't.
The Supreme
Why do people keep perpetuating this idea of they keep perpetuating this idea that they're going to unconditionally enforce these laws. They're going to conditionally, selectively enforce these laws. They're not going to care about what you think is a loophole that's going to shoot them in the foot. It doesn't exist to them, because even though it's not a condition in the law, they're going to say it's assumed. They're going to say it's assumed. That's all they have to do. It's their law. They wrote it. They'll enforce it how they want to. Not perpetuating that these people have sabotaged themselves. No, they haven't. They've gone completely bonkers with power, and they're not going to stop.
Women are about to fuck this country up.
I hope so.
Just wait. It'll be subtle at first, but you'll notice after a while. See, the thing is, men have been killing women for stupid shit forever. And while women don't want to die, they grow up knowing that they could die at the man any day. You know, ask the parents of that little girl who told her coworker no, she didn't want to go out with him. Go ahead. Oh, yeah. You haven't crushed women. You've just made them mad. Women are about to fuck.
Nice.
I'm getting really tired of this solidarity argument. So fucking sick and tired of it. So goddamn tired of it. Because where were you when we were calling for solidarity 5 years ago? Where were you when we were calling for solidarity 8 years ago? Where were you when we were calling for solidarity 10 years ago? Where were you? It's always funny to me that when it's placed in the hands of the people who actually caused the issue or who had hands in causing the issue, they always want to come with the, let's come together in peace and unity and try and fight this oppressiveness together. When it was just us being oppressed, where were you? Was it because it didn't affect you directly that you no longer saw the oppression? But now that it is sitting at your fucking doorstep, you noticed it? Don't come to me with a solidarity. We've been asking for solidarity, and you've ignored us. No.
This person has every right to be that angry. This person has every right to not believe in solidarity. This person has every right to feel the way they do. Only thing that sucks is it's going to be really difficult to explain to them that you've been loudly vocalizing yourself for years to the point of pissing off your friends to no end, losing friends left and right because of your opinions on things, losing friends and families. Gonna be next to impossible. That's sad because I've always wanted it to be always wanted everybody to be equal. I always wanted everyone to be humans. I hope they can see in all this the people that have been begging for this their entire lives, but those words have fallen on deaf ears. I hope this person knows that we're okay with them being selective in who they decide to have solidarity with. Even if it's not me. I was raised in that religion, in that religious construct for a lot of my life. Even though I try to make people hear what I had to say, I was just mocked and told that it's not my problem. I was told that it doesn't affect me. I was told that I need to stop talking about it. I didn't. But is anybody gonna ever believe that? I wasn't vocal about it on social media because I feared the same response. I did. And now that it's come too far, and it didn't come too far before it really had. I've been insanely vocal about this from before I was 25 up till I was 25. Then I started to back off from it a bit. And it just kind of reinflated a few years later. And I've been louder and louder and louder and louder and louder ever since then. To the point where it's gotten me kicked out of places that family members' houses that I was paying rent to. I wasn't behind on rent. I just had a different opinion about how people should be treated equal. And who was perpetuating ideas against that and hateful speech and fascist mindsets. And when I brought that to their attention, I was told that I need to find somewhere else to live. No. Less direct than that, because they don't want to look like a complete monster. I can't use the vehicle I needed to get to work and back until I got mine fixed. In the middle of winter, on more than a 2-mile walk to work. Bus routes? They're too sporadic to count on. My hours never lined up with the bus routes. And I was always there too late to catch a bus home. So yeah. I got your subtlety. You can shove your subtlety right up your ass. I was the other side of the family that just decided that helping me out was just a bad idea because they didn't like it. Made them uncomfortable. Oh, Christ. Imagine getting cashed out or asked when you're going to be moving out as soon as you get not even 2 weeks into the matter. Not even 2 weeks into the matter. Asking, when am I moving out? After I'd already underlined before I even moved in that it could take years. Literally. Underline this. You still okay with this? It's like they weren't even listening. Nobody ever takes me seriously. Nobody ever listens to me. I has every right to be mad. Because I know how they act. I know what they do. They ignore you until it's convenient for them. Until they're affected. I know the mindset. I had to deal with it my entire life. I feel bad that he's going to have to assume it's everybody. But he is. Like women. Every woman out there has to assume that every guy is going to get or could get aggressive. On the spot. They're in danger when they're around men. They have to. Because that's the way our country's raised them. Because that's the atmosphere they've been raised in. That's the truth of their existence in this country. Now they're even less than human. I think that's gonna make them. Jesus.
I'm getting really tired of this solidarity argument. What is something that you tell the young?
Get out and vote. It's your life.
Exactly. It's your life. Like, both of us are elders of the gay community, and we understand what we need to do to move.
Seen it.
Sadly. Much as I like this guy's content, as much as he says, why is he all of a sudden gone from stating the inevitable to vote? Because it'll matter. Not like they're not going to be leaving it up to states to legitimize the federal election. Yeah, that can't go terribly fucking wrong. That's not going to go terribly fucking wrong. One state says, oh, this election isn't legitimate. Nope. That's it. That's all it's going to take. One state saying this is an illegitimate election. They're not the true winners. I contest this. And boom. Elections on hold. Probably indefinitely. In all reality. Because that notion right there.
If you bite it and you die, it's poisonous. If it bites you and you die, it's venomous. What if it bites me and it dies? That means you're poisonous. What if it bites itself and I die? It's voodoo? What if we bite
It's voodoo?
each other and neither of us die? That's kinky. If you
That's kinky. What if we bite each other and neither of us die? Oh boy. Love languages bite.
I tried a response to this, but it got pretty much deleted as soon as.
You guys remember this person? Former police officer that suffered a heart attack during the January 6th insurrection. I had a chance to speak with him at this hearing where lawmakers were revealing for the first time ever its findings on what really occurred on January 6th and showing new evidence. Here's what he had to say about it.
I think that's convincing people that this is significant. Democracy is so real that they need to take action. Somebody responsibility really is that.
You can check out the full article in the link below.
Wow.
Do you guys I don't know if you guys know this, but the Holocaust Museum actually has a really informative list. You can pause to read. I was thinking maybe we could walk through the list together and compare some of them to America today. Starting with number 1, which is powerful and continuing nationalism. And number 2 is disdain for human rights. The U.S. government is having a really hard time with creating laws that give rights to Black, Indigenous people of color, LGBTQ people, women in general, the disabled, the poor, and people with mental illnesses. It's almost as if the only people who get to have rights are straight, white, Christian males. But I digress. It's hard to say what would be enemy number 1 to the Republican Party. They claim that CRT is a threat, that BLM is a threat, that LGBTQ is a threat, that all liberals and Democrats are a threat. They even claim that some of their own party that don't say exactly what they want them to say are a threat. Supremacy of the military. Number 4 is rampant sexism. That's not still a question, is it? Number 6 is trying to control mass media. 7 is obsession with national security. 8th sign of fascism is government and religion becoming intertwined. The 9th sign is protecting corporate power. The 10th sign would be the opposite of that, which is labor power suppressed. The sign is disdain for intellectuals and the arts. Number 12 is an obsession with crime and punishment. And number 13 is rampant cronyism and corruption. It's almost like since the Holocaust put out this list, how could any country slide into fascism without realizing it? And yet there's still so many Republicans completely denying this is happening. I don't know if you guys know this, but the Holocaust Museum actually has a really informative list. You can message
Hackers, the crackers, the security breakers, the white hat hackers, the black hat hackers. There's a lot of damn names for you guys, by the way. I'm trying to learn all the culture at the moment, but I got a message for all you guys, and I think it's time that everyone, even the dude that fished my account a few years back for 200 and some odd goddamn dollars from a fucking Pier 1 in Texas. Come on, it's time for you guys to band together. Y'all are doing the same damn thing, just band together.
Right.
Just a reminder. For the people that need to be cared about, the people that we need to do the right thing for, to absolutely punish against merciful.
Straight up victim blaming children. Watch this. What happens if a 12-year-old gets raped? Are you comfortable with her having to now carry that baby to term because there is no exception for her case now under Ohio law?
I fully support Ohio's law, and I commend frankly our governor and our legislature for passing it where previous administrations had failed. They passed it. It was held up by the courts, and a relief from the injunction was filed immediately Friday. Now the law in Ohio, I think it's a great law, and it is a compromise. And like I say,
Compromise
is raised as an objection, but the heartbeat bill already deals with that. I mean, it's hard to conceive of somebody who doesn't know they were raped for 2
What?
So it's just a kid's fault.
What?
That they
Oh my
didn't
God.
realize they were pregnant.
Jesus.
It's 6 weeks. A 10-year-old in Ohio just had to seek services outside of the state because they were 6 weeks and 3 days pregnant after being a victim of rape. This. Vote these motherfuckers out.
Like, voting's not gonna work. I hate to tell you this. Voting's not gonna work.
Just remember that the same week.
What is this?
From the Park City.
Fires on top of a mountain, probably in California.
What you mean spam? Spam.
Interesting.
Something really important is happening in the Senate this week. Let me tell you. HuffPost reports Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell won't support a bipartisan domestic manufacturing bill if Democrats try to lower prescription drug prices and tax the rich, the Kentucky Republican announced on Thursday.
Talk. None of you told
Just
me that I could commission.
arrest that guy for treason, please.
This is a lawful assembly. They tear gas us. They tear gas us. Don't worry about it. Just tear gas. Don't worry about it. It's just tear gas. It just should sting a little bit.
It's gonna sting a little bit. I wish I could say that wouldn't hurt me more than it'll hurt you. My allergies do not like anything foreign inside of them. my allergies start over flaring up the moment something foreign hits it. I can't even imagine what tear gas would do to me. I'd probably die. It's gonna sting a little bit, and then you won't be able to breathe, and you're gonna pass out, and you're probably just not gonna wake back up. It's fine. Christ. I'm a weak human being. This sucks. I hate allergies. Fucking less than human. And you think I'm not going to speak out? Maybe that's what it is. They think I'm going to be quiet through all this. They think I'm not going to say anything. They think I'm not going to speak my piece. Because I have to come to peace with the fact that it's going to happen next month. Next fucking month. And they might delay it for a month. Sometimes they do that. They did it with Roe versus Wade while they prepared. But they've been preparing. So I'm guessing they're probably preparing even more. In the meantime, that's why they're waiting 2 months. That's probably what it is. They're like, you know what? This isn't going to be enough to protect us come the time we announce this. Let's give ourselves an extra month or so. And that's what they did. They're forming a plan. They're putting protections in place. Then they're going to announce their decision. The opinion's already been formed. This is not going to change. Marcus Red. I'm guessing some sort of announcement from somebody. Crimson Ruby left the server. My friend Ruby left their server. Maybe they left all the servers that I'm in. Maybe they're not on my friends list anymore. Let's check. I mean, that's one way to avoid drama, I guess you could say. God. Me? Something Wolf. I'll have to remember their name because I'm going to literally kind of ban them from my server. I forget what it was. It was I don't know. Midnight's yeah. No. Not sure. I'm not sure if I'm getting on VR today, guys. If anybody's watching my stream. I'm scared shitless. I need to figure out what's going on with my car. Hoping to God they're open today. Even for like a partial day. Something. They're not open today. My car is literally going to be sitting there. Blah. I just have to remember I have to answer every phone call, especially if it's from a 614. Jesus. I'm the type of person that's not going to get any sort of clout or any sort of draw until after I'm dead. That sucks. That. Ugh. They don't want to listen to logic. They don't want to listen to facts. They don't want to see what's happening right in front of their fucking faces. They don't. Because they're part of the problem. If you're ignoring this shit, you're part of the problem. It doesn't look like they're on my server anymore. Yeah, on this server? Nope, they never been a part of that server. Okay, yeah, they left all of the servers I was in. I can't imagine why. Although I don't think I'm going to be in the server I'm looking at right now much longer because the entire group seems to be part of the problem. I think that whole I don't want to talk about it approach because it's not my problem. I still care, but you're against my religion sort of stance. Yeah, that bugs the fuck out of me. That's not a stance to have. That's not a stance to have. And saying you are a second-class citizen. That's what that's saying, guys. exactly what that say. You're a second-class citizen. You don't deserve the same pull as I do. That's what they're saying. I don't think they were ever in my name. They were in my server, I think. Probably not on my friends list anymore. I don't bet you any money. Let me see. Servers guy? Where are you? When's the last time I talked to you? I'm sure you're stressed. Yeah, there we go. I talked to Ruby. What's going on? What's all of us? I know you're in a very hostile situation there, Ruby. I know you are. But don't marginalize yourself like this. Don't isolate yourself that much. People out there trying to help you. Said hi to somebody and they deleted their profile. Cool. Okay, cool. Cliffy. I send messages to the user you have blocked, of course. Message. Block you list. Okay. I'm blocking you because you blocked me. That's what that does. I'm stuck. Toasty. Okay, so I put that on there, but it didn't send. Oh, it deletes it after a while. Okay, whatever. Let's see. Christ. I feel sick to my stomach right now, guys. I really do.
It never happened. The Native people would never allow it. There would be a riot.
If this are over, I'm just gonna.
Yep.
If they have to.
That's what the United States doesn't seem to understand about the Native American population. They're their own sovereign nation. That is their land. We have a sovereign nation inside of the United States. that if the federal government tries to step in and do anything to them, regardless if they went against their treaty or not, that's them going against the treaty. That's a declaration of war to that sovereign nation. They're not going to be peaceful about any of that. Good luck with that. That's all I got to say. Good fucking luck with that. Yeah.
It's 10 o'clock at night here, and I normally don't do a video this late. This is important. SCOTUS is going to vote on a case called Moore versus Harper. And this one is not being talked about enough. This one is the end of America. Find other TikTok accounts that'll go into detail. I'm just going to give you the gist. Moore versus Harper is overturned, and state representatives will decide who to elect rather than the popular vote. So let's say you have a state like Arizona, and let's say that Arizona Democrats come out in force and they vote blue. If Moore versus Harper is overturned, state electors can say, nope, we're not voting that way. We're picking the Republican candidate. And the Republican candidate will get Arizona's electoral votes. It is the end of democracy as we know it. There's no in yourself.
Okay, so they stripped away our rights, and they took away our vote. And they're going to take away our voting power. That's what they're doing. They're taking away our rights, and they're taking away our power to vote. Instead of going to a popular vote system, which is a very popular idea because, you know, it's one vote per person. It's the equalest, most democratic voting system you can possibly imagine. And just saying, oh no, we're going full blown freaking tyrannical government, and you don't have the right to vote anymore. It's pointless. It's literally pointless for you to vote because we're just gonna pick who we want. Some people will play along and think that their vote has anything to do with the way the vote's gonna go. But the moment that is overturned, not only are all these marginalized citizens, including myself, not going to have any rights, but you are also not going to be able to change that fact ever. Ever. Because you no longer have a choice in it. You have to live with whatever they pass, no matter how tyrannical, no matter how controlling, no matter how dehumanizing it is. You have to live with that. The literal end of democracy. Gonna bring it up in August with the other ones, that they're doing. So that's next month. Next month, because they gotta have time to protect themselves. They gotta have time to protect themselves. Next month, they're going to do this. They should have been stopped before the announcement of their decision on Roe versus Wade. And if they are stopped, but nothing is done about Roe versus Wade, we're still in danger. Remember this. Remember this, if anything. If they do stop these atrocities from happening, the criminalizing of consensual sex between adults and the right to same-sex marriage, if they do not reverse their decision on Roe versus Wade after they are stopped, we are still in danger. Courts, the shit's still stacked against us. There's too many gerrymandered districts for us to say that we have an actual right. This is just solidifying that the gerrymandered districts will be, you know, a thing that doesn't need to be worried about anymore. Would make that federal level protection kind of pointless anyway, if they because of the gerrymandering, I mean, is pretty pointless. So they're just doing what they fucking want. Unless a complete reversal is done on Roe versus Wade, unless it's codified in law, unless equality for all is codified into law on the federal level, we're still in danger. I mean, it'd be a hell of a relief not to be a target, not to be criminalized. That would be a hell of a thing. That'd be a huge relief. Still gonna have the PTSD, but at least relief would be there. God, love that. Love that. That would be amazing. Don't put hope in my head right now. Don't. Just don't. Because I know this is going to happen. Anything that's mentioned is going to happen. It's going to be overturned. It's going to be up to the states, who they're electing in office, and who the electoral votes go to. And the federal elections will be rigged. It would be pointless to vote. Either side wouldn't have to vote. You could have a zero turnout, and one side would still win because the states are deciding who's in power. Like, it doesn't get any more fascist than that. It doesn't get any more authoritarian than that. Oh, God damn. And soon after, you could imagine, very soon after all this stuff is codified and all this stuff is practiced, not only will I be probably long gone by then, they're going to take your guns away because you will no longer have the rights to protect yourselves. Only the government will have the rights to protect themselves. And they will decide who's in office, when they're in office, and for how long, how much they get paid, and they will literally a country of slaves. That's what you're gonna be. That's what you're gonna be. Why does it have to be relieving that I'm gonna be targeted and going to be unalived? Because I'm not gonna have to live through it. Why is that slightly and morbid? That morbid thought should not give me any kind of peace, but it kind of does a little bit. The rest of the country is nothing but slaves, and I'm gone. I don't want anybody to suffer like that. I don't. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Don't even have the strength to unalive myself in any type of manner other than the quick way. And I don't even own a firearm for that reason. I don't. But oh God. Oh, so fucked. Okay.
It was overturned. A rumor was spreading since American tribes are sovereign nations, own laws, they should be able to offer safe abortion services. Today, the Supreme Court overturned a major 2020 ruling stated that tribal nations can govern themselves with no interference from the state, and those unfounded rumors were cited in that decision. The Republican Oklahoma governor sees this ruling as an opportunity to raise concerns that the Cherokee Nation might set up abortions on demand. This ruling gives states the opportunity to abuse their power, overreach, and strip Native people of their rights. We're not going back in time. We're repeating history. Next month, the Supreme...
Yeah, see? Look at that. They're supposed to be sovereign nations that govern themselves. The government has went back on their treaties. They have broken their treaties. They have broken their agreements. Infuriating.
On the Indian Child Welfare Act. Pause to read.
Jesus. Yeah, the Indian Child Welfare Act. They're coming for the removal of Indian children and placement in homes that reflect the values of the American culture. They're literally going to the back of my head right now. I just had a feeling I'm unfamiliar with. Anybody could tell me what that is, that would be great. But definitely don't have healthcare to figure it out. Hopefully, maybe it's just my body deciding to shut down because it just doesn't want to exist in this world anymore.
You were asked to mask, save lives, said no. My body, my right. When you were asked to vaccinate, save lives, said no. My body, my rights. We demand strict gun laws, save lives, said this is the land. But you want to decide what a woman does with her body? Do you not see the hypocrisy?
I have 5 grandchildren. I would do anything to protect my 5 grandchildren, including, as a last resort, shooting them.
What? Do you not hear these? That was a Republican representative, I believe. Let me see. Go back.
To protect my 5 grandchildren, including...
Yeah. Republican Debbie Lesko from Arizona would protect her children by shooting them. These people are not mentally well. These people should not be in the positions they're in. These people are a danger to themselves and others. This is disturbing. This is fucked up.
So today,
I did a video.
what immersion has
On the record. All this stuff has been on the record for years. Public knowledge. Public forum. Public forum. Post something on public forum. It is usable in a court of law. And now these days it's optional that they use it in a court of law. Insubmissible of something that they said that incriminates them. Oh my god. The fuck is wrong with all this? We need martial law to fix this, even though martial law could fully go one way or the other. It can go completely the opposite direction we think it would. Like I said before, I think I'd just rather have it happen now rather than later, because the waiting around is painful. The waiting around is painful. I'd either just want all my rights back all at once and have everybody equal all at once and protected federally all at once, or lose it all and know what direction I have to take a step in to protect myself, to get out and just Anything. Anything. This waiting around is the most unsettling and unnerving thing. I can't even imagine. This is the end game, guys. This is the end game. I'm supposed to be hopeful. This is way too far past the point of no
Found yourself
return.
scrolling again. Site TikTok is a state investigation.
Okay. I know this is just a simile. I'm having trouble collecting my thoughts right this second because there we go. All right, so God. Mother of God. Oh, 2 seconds. Sorry, I'm just thinking about the random shit. Try to calm my brain down. I feel like it's almost like Linkin Park said, nobody can save me now. Only I can save me now. That's not true, though. I respected that guy as a singer. I knew he was in pain. I warned people in a YouTube post before he died. I said somebody needs to check on him. He's not well. People just spouted back like, it's just his music. It's what he does. And they didn't understand. I saw. He was hurting. He was not okay. In the end, though, doesn't really matter. Like he said, it's his choice. We all have to respect his choice. I wish this world could have given him more hope. I wish this world could have given him a reason purpose, a drive, motivation. Because things he was bringing to everybody's attention is universal. And it helps so many people. Even though it helps people, you're ignoring the person that's affected by it the most. Yeah. I wish I could understand his reasoning. Maybe I shouldn't. Not in the current situation or events. I might do something hostile if I understood his reasoning completely. But I might do something to unalive myself if I can completely relate. But sad they're gone. I'm happy that they got to spread their message and spread their hopes and their desires to so many people, but it's sad that they're gone. Sad for all the children they left behind. Good that they're taken care of and they have a very stable living arrangement because of how successful they were. It's just it shouldn't have had to be a thing. People shouldn't be forced to be in that kind of mental state just because we don't want to help people that are suffering mentally. And that's what it is. We're just told to deal with it. We're just told to live with it. When it's out of our hands. Let me see if anybody's talking in here. Hold on, I just have my Discord up, so. Nope, I doubt it. Nope, nobody's talking. Just the last person that was on there for a while. This message, I really don't expect help. Because everybody needs it right now. And here's something. Wherever you decide to put your money, don't put it into somebody's political campaign funds. Give it to somebody who actually can use it. Give it directly to a person that has brain cancer and treatable brain cancer. Give it to somebody who is homeless and has just been dehumanized by the country. Give it to somebody who's crippling student loan debt. Give it to the people who need it. Stop giving it to these charity organizations, these groups that fund these politicians that literally do nothing to help you. Stop. Give it to the people who need it. Directly to the people you need it. Unconditionally, the people who need it. That's real charity. That's real charity. Give it to the oppressed women that are seeking abortions. Give it to the marginalized people who are going to be hunted because their lifestyle choice is criminalized. Give it to the same-sex couple whose marriage has been nullified. give it to the indigenous population, to the people of the indigenous population who've been marginalized their entire lives, the African American population who've been marginalized their entire lives. Give it to them directly. Directly. Just because you don't get any clout from it or any acknowledgement from it. That kind of conditional help isn't even wanted anyway, nor does it ever reach the people that actually need it. When you give to an organization, it goes to the organization, and pennies on the dollar are given to some people who they feel are qualified to receive it. And most of the time, it's not all the expenses, it's a small percentage of their expenses that are taken care of by those charity organizations. That doesn't help anybody. It's a discount. Giving money directly to the people, tax-free, allows them to use that money in full to benefit them and bring their lives to some kind of stabilization. I don't know where my money's going. It's going to the people who need it. For fuck's sake, you keep giving it to corporations. One, they get a tax break from it. Two, the people they're donating to don't necessarily ever help anybody. Not fully. Their lives are still financially crushed and ruined because they're in debt for the rest of their lives. Because, the charity place just gave them a discount. Don't trust charity places. Don't trust places of charity. If you're going to be charitable directly to people. It puts a smile on my face to see somebody give a homeless person $1 than it does to ever see somebody give $100,000 to places like the Salvation Army. I'm like, that's not going to reach anybody. That's not going to reach anybody. That's not helping anybody. That's helping that organization sustain its existence. That's it. It's like the church, man. They got so much fucking money. Untaxed money. And at the same time, they selectively help people. If you're not part of their religion, you don't get helped automatically. Never helped. And they just kind of wave it over your head like, we do have all this money if you just believe in our God. It's sick. It's disturbing. Don't do that shit. Give it to the people directly. Any way you can. Stop assuming they're going to use it on drugs. Stop assuming that. Everybody, a lot of fucking people are going to be homeless soon. A lot of people became homeless over COVID. Guarantee you, like 90% of those people have nothing to do with drugs or illegal substances of any kind. They're just homeless because everybody was affected by that. And now everybody's going to be affected by this, and there's going to be more homelessness, which is also being outlawed at the exact same time as all these other things are being outlawed. Next fucking month, before the election, my lifestyle choice is going to be criminalized. We all need help. Whoever's trying to stay here and fight this, the cards are stacked. Fucking run. Fucking run. This is all just guys. They want you to be scared. They want you to be in fear, and they want you to spell it like you have the ability to change this because it keeps you here. It keeps you here. Because they can either A, just choose to kill you, or B, enslave you. Those are your options. Die or be a slave. Gotta hope my heart's failing. I hope all this shit that's been sinking in for the past few months, because it's getting really bad. Just the other year, I had a cancer scare, a tumor on my tonsil. Luckily, it was not cancerous. I thought I was gonna die then, and then just to have all this other stuff happen the following year, as well as the year before, finding things out like God, it's just been fucking bullet after bullet to my emotional state. That's what it is. It's Negan's beating me with Lucille mentally right now. Just letting you guys know. I wasn't a huge fan of the show. I didn't watch it all that much, but I do know popular characters. Negan was one of them, and he beating the living shit out of me with his Lucille baseball bat. Oh god. Ah, God. There is nowhere I can go in this country that isn't going to eventually be affected by this. I don't have friends or the resources to go to a safe haven state that's going to literally be involved in a civil war shortly. I thought it was years away, but it's looking like they're going full dictatorship and authoritarian in literally like a month from now. A month from now, we're not going to be in a democracy anymore. You think it's not going to happen? The fuck? Oh, God. Women's rights have literally been stripped away, and groups are still marginalized. And you think it's not going to happen? I thought I was fucking delusional. I'm probably silenced on all platforms. Let me see. It's picking up pace. Couple people have seen it. That's the average. That one's still silenced. That was from a day ago. What is this one? Let me see. One.
You ever heard that?
Okay. Okay, so the one from the nurse is being shadow banned, and that one's being shadow banned. They've let the other ones go through. I don't understand why they're so weird about how they release content. This is just unusual. And eventually, I think they'll hit it because they're trying to do it in kind of a random sort of thing. And the numbers for my other videos are starting to climb too. Surprisingly, people are watching my older videos, how things were, and then how things are. Not the really old ones, obviously. Yeah. I wish you'd just tell me how many views I had. Or less how many likes I have. only have a handful of legs. 1,246. I'm not feeling so hot, guys. Maybe this is my body shutting down, who knows? Again, I do have to take another walk today. Possibly more than one. Keep the chat up, just in case. Look at my phone periodically for donations that are never going to come. They're taking away due process. Taking away women's rights, due process, the ability for people to marry who they want and have sex they want. Have sex between two consenting adults. Going to be criminalized selectively, obviously selective. Same-sex consensual same-sex adults are going to be criminalized. There you go. Anybody that has that sort of thought process or has ever done the act or has ever even considered doing the act or anything. Oh, God. The reason I'm using this article is simply because it has all the things that he asked to overturn. And then there's other Supreme Court justices who have suggested other cases, and they're actually going to review those ones too, like the one that allows states to nullify the popular vote, nullify a democratic voted elected official in a fair and impartial election. They can now make an impartial decision. That's not a democracy. Not even remotely. It's Christian extremist fascists taking over the country. Literally. Literally. So yeah. I'm living in terror. Please help me get out. Uh, One month. It's all over. I guess what I do for this last month is completely and totally up to me. Right? I mean, why not? I'm going to be less than a person in a month, so fuck it. That's exactly how it is right now, guys. Closing up some chip bags because you know that shit. I don't want that shit to get stale. Oh, why should I give a shit? So much I wanted to do. So much I wanted to see. So much. I've never even seen the ocean. I've never even seen the ocean. Doesn't matter. I'm gonna be kicking around. Sure. So. I know you can die of a broken heart, and I kind of hope I do. My heart is bleeding right now. My heart is broken. Oh, is she drinking apple cider vinegar? Oh, gross. Clickbait. This. But dang it, it won't let me. Oh, there we go. There we go. Give you an ability to get rid of that, do they? There we go. Yep. Yep. There we go. Got rid of the ad. That's all we need. Had to get rid of the ad. Thing I want to concentrate on right here, because these are the three things that he wants to address next. There's more than that from other justices that they have actually also decided to add into that. They are going to address all these things. They are going to overturn all these things. Governments had the ability to stop this from day one, and they just refused. Their hands are tied. And tied with all that money that they've been given to just let it happen. Like that for a while. Should say quite some time. Right back. Okay, let's see what my computer wants now. Don't care. Don't care. Here's the funny thing about the January 6th hearing that you guys probably don't want to hear. Okay? Here's some common sense things that you're going to see happen. This is exactly what's going to happen. There may be some monumental thing that happens where Trump is actually tried and found guilty and thrown in jail. Trump is their fall guy. They're still going to be pursuing these, but they're going to try to make it look like justice has been served, all while not doing shit about what's currently happening in our system. He's going to be used as a diversion tactic, a scapegoat that says, look, we do what's right in our country. We've punished the traitor, blah, 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 blah. If that even happens, I kind of highly doubt this can happen, but if that was to happen, just be aware. That's all they're using it for. No better than a freaking campaign fund tactic that basically says we're still a great country because we're persecuting the wrong, while completely just getting rid of your rights and becoming a non-democratic country. Because not only will that newest one about the electoral, the state electorals being able to pick their candidate for their state, you do realize that lets them illegitimize the popular vote for the presidential elections too. They can say, oh no, we're going to vote for this candidate in the presidency, despite what the people voted for. Not that should shock anybody. They've been picking the non-popular vote president for on several occasions. There's not been one Democratic or none. There has not been one non-Democratic president. None of the Republican presidents for decades have won the popular vote. Okay? I'm pretty sure it was the last 3 presidents in particular that were Republican were not winners of the popular vote. Included Trump, Bush Jr., and somebody else. Their name escapes me at this moment, but the 2 most recent ones out of the several that I probably have even forgotten about were all Republican. None of them won the popular vote. None of them. So that right there shows you that we've been heading to a non-democratic way of life since then. Those were the first warning signs. That should have been the end of it. Should have been the end of it. The first time it happened should have been the end of it. They should have been like, no, that's not how democracies work. Remove the Electoral College and go to a popular vote system. Matter of fact, just make the Electoral College a popular vote counting system. Don't make it the thing that decides how many numbers go to what president and all that other sorts of minuscule shit. Okay? No. Make it a vote counting system where the people in the Electoral College are just impartial vote counters. And then whatever the popular vote goes for, no matter where they live in the state, all of them go for the don't even split it. Don't even frickin' split it. Okay? If most of your state wants president to be that and give all the electoral votes to that candidate. There you go. End of story. Some states split that shit up based off of percentages and shit. No. Don't do that crap. Throw that shit out. Just add it to the tally. And then the federal tally will be the popular vote tally. That's all. That's it. End of story. No electoral votes anymore, just popular vote. And yeah, I know Republicans won't win, but you know what? If you can't win in a fair and free election, you weren't gonna win. I don't know why I'm spouting off about this stuff. They're never gonna fix it. Oh, somebody come online? What's their name to that? What in the world? Is this? Hold on. Oh, I gotta turn off streamer mode. Hold on, give me a second, guys. Boop. Well, here we go. No. Yeah. Morning. Good morning. I'm investigating somebody in my Discord. If you guys are wondering, profile. I'm gonna send a message to this person. Message. Here. Bro. I think I have a troll in my server. I'm about to get rid of them. If they don't reply, I'm just gonna block them and ban them. Oh God. All right. It's exhausting to deal with. It is very exhausting to deal with. I hope they open. I'm gonna be up until probably I don't know. Oh, my chest hurts. wonder if they're going to. Did you? It's fine, bro. Not see the post on the top of my page that basically states that if you have this kind of mindset, you're not my friend, and to, you know, leave my server. Where people want me to kick them out. They changed their name, so I don't know who that was supposed to be. Also, I'm pretty sure my shit's not showing when people leave my server. Because I have no notifications of the person leaving. It's supposed to put that in my general chat. Oh god, okay. This is my life, guys. The rest of it. I don't expect it to last too much. In all reality, next month is when they decide on all this shit. The Griswold, the Lawrence, Bergefell, and the one dealing with the election legitimacy thing. They literally be able to delegitimize the federal election in their state. You don't understand how big this is and how this is the end of democracy. You're pretty fucking daft. I mean, this is the end of democracy too. The fact that we couldn't codify equal rights across the board has been the slow erosion of democracy and the erosion of the free country. But this shit is just the fucking bullet in the chamber. And that's the bullets, I guess you could say, since there's more than one. And that's the trigger. Technically, I feel like the trigger's already been pulled several times, but yeah. My recently dead optimism kind of used to be undying, and yeah, we see where that got me. We see where that got me. Oh my god. What I need to do is have this person contact me. Look at your name. I can do it this way. Watch this. You want to see something cool? People are like, I'm gonna hide my shit. You're not gonna be able to see what I am. Copy ID. It'll automatically into at the. Oh, no, I have to do it in a private message. X. Okay, that's a cover. That's a profile cover. Okay. Not their actual name, so no worries. That's what I'll do. Oh shit, eh. I'll give you a chance to explain yourself. I'm not supposed to change into their name. Let me see. Somebody message while ago. Oh, the scammer. Remember their name. Check. English use those links. People reacted. One people, 34, 5, 8 through 9, 40. Only 40 people in the server. That's it. Two of them are bots. That. That's shitty. General. Your ID. Care. Probably don't care. They probably don't care. No reality. Probably just don't care. You're not gonna expect. Oh, so I'll give him 24 hours. Then I will throw down the ban hammer because that's no, that's not appropriate. Not a good way to think. I give them all fair warning. Death. Death dealer. Nico. Accept the rules. Accept the rules. Accept the rules. Go to rules. Accept the rules. You won't be able to type otherwise. God. I'll mute myself real quick again. We're gonna do this stuff, guys. We're gonna shut down our form of communication and expression, such as TikTok. We're gonna shut it down. Or they're gonna try to. We'll see how that works out. They're going to take away all these rights. I wish I could just put a list. I need to put a freaking list of all the stuff they've agreed to address. Oh god, I'm tired. Gotta stay up a little while longer. At least till the tire place opens so I can go pay them. Go pay them. Get my tire fixed. Probably stick around while they patch it. Fine. And after they patch it, go down to the store and get me some CBD so I can calm my ass down. So I can at least maybe sleep. Maybe sleep. I would say Happy Independence Day, but it's not really a thing anymore, is it? It's not really a thing anymore. The game plan. They're very vocal about what they're gonna do. What are you gonna do? People that are supposed to be helping us out. People that are supposed to be for human rights. These are the same people that won't pass things like universal health care. I've never trusted them because they've never addressed it. Every time we get an official that's supposed to be for human rights and for bettering the community and the people in it and people of the country, they haven't done it. And their argument is, oh, well, we just don't have the power. Even when they have the majority, they just don't have the power. Because they're bought out by lobbyists. They don't even hide that shit anymore. They made it legal to be bought out by lobbyists. For fuck's sake. Oh my god. Getting rid of due process, getting rid of the simple task of police reading Miranda rights. And that's one of the first things that happened right after Miranda rights left. They didn't even have to read that guy the Miranda rights. They just shot him 60 times. The fuck? And they get put on paid leave. These people are paid to sit at home and do nothing. Paid to sit at home and do nothing after killing somebody in cold blood. Fuck's sake. The United States is declaring war on the sovereign nation of the Native Americans. They're declaring war on their own population. And they're solidifying this decision in a month. A month. Oh, dealer of death, yay! Interacting with the server. I don't think Pete's on right now. So watch myself. Fuck's sake. Okay. One out of many people have actually reacted to the rules. Nice. Okay, on other topics. Oh yeah. Here's what I'm gonna do. Six a.m. I've technically only got about 3 more hours to stream before I have to call it quits for, I think, 12 hours or 6 hours. I don't know, or 24 hours. I think you can only stream for up to 8 hours in a 24-hour period. I forget what the numbers are, but we're gonna. I'll switch over to doing TikToks. I might be able to stream a little while. I don't really feel like it. I have no hope for ever being able to finish my last project. The lighting's all messed up on the private version because I don't have enough light probes everywhere. I could inherently delete the light probe group, put that add-on in, and then just hit generate lighting. It'll generate a very generic sort of light probe base around most areas and actually fix all the lighting everywhere. That would be fine. That would really be fine. And then just delete that add-on because for some reason the add-on's broken and it causes the world to be unuploadable for some odd reason. I guess the add-on has like a suspicious DLL. I don't know. It just generates light probes. I can look through it. That's all it does. It just randomly generates light probes based off the set criteria and just pops them all up everywhere. Anyway, if you want to shortcut that whole process, you're good. Maybe move a few around to be a little bit more effective, but yeah, you can really add to the light probe data really fast if you do it that way. Cool. Or I can just finish what I'm doing. Put light probes outside. As I should. Scale them, move them up, scale them, move them up. Yeah. Do the same thing for the roof. And yeah. I need to redo the lighting on the inside. It's very red inside of there. Light probes are coming off as very red. I need to put some normal lights in there. That's what I need to do. Some normal lighting because there's way too much of the other, not enough of the softer light. I'll do that if I get the opportunity. Hope you're not hearing the music through there. Okay, cool. Oh my god, my mic's been muted for so long, guys. So long. I've been talking up a storm over here. Didn't even realize. Not that you guys minded, I can imagine you're tired of hearing me by now. So, look. This is inevitable. Two sides of the same coin. This is their end game. This is their plan. This has always been the deal. And they're getting ready. That's why they're waiting till August to codify their win. That's what they're doing. They're getting rid of the voting rights. They're getting rid of the voting rights. Your votes will be. You think they don't mean anything now? In August, they're not going to mean shit. Literally, jack and shit. The state doesn't like the way you voted. They don't vote that way. That's how fucked we are. It's not a democracy anymore. Not a democracy anymore. In August. That's when they're going to address these cases. Maybe not all of them, maybe not all at once. But this is what's going down. And that voting one that basically puts the rights for the states to contest the votes. Contest the votes in a free and fair election. And just say, nope. That's not who won. We vote this way. This is who won. All the way up to the federal level. Local elections, for federal elections, everything. They can overturn their votes and give the electoral votes to whichever candidate that they see fit, regardless of how your state votes. You know, already fucked the gerrymander the districts, so why bother gerrymandering the districts when we can just ignore what the districts vote? Yeah, we can get rid of gerrymandering as long as we're able to decide at the end of the day who gets elected. That's what they've done. That's what they're doing. And that's what's going to happen. I was talking earlier, after I muted myself, about different things such as people getting the stupid ass argument that, oh, we're not a democracy, we're a republic. They don't understand. Those two terms are not mutually exclusive. They refer to two different fucking things. Okay? They refer to two different things. Democracy is the voting system. It's the vote by the people for the people to determine who they want to lead the country. A republic here. This is going to be nice. Okay? Let's go back to. I was talking about that earlier. I was probably muted the whole time, but yeah, I was just talking about Sweden and Iceland and how they actually labeled religion as a mental illness, that kind of thing. Google.com, republic. Meaning, republic. Okay, a state in which supreme power is held by the people. Oh my god. And their elected representatives. In which has an elected or nominated president rather than a monarch. Okay, so it is okay, this definition is basically saying this is what everything is included in a republic. A republic is the power is held by the people and the elected representatives that those people elected into office. Democracy is the voting system that put them there. Okay? We are a democratic republic. Supreme power is held by the people and their elected representatives. They are put there by a democratic vote. Here we go. This is simple. A republic, the power is the hands of individual citizens in a democratic system. Law are made by the majority, In the republic system, laws are made by the elected representatives of the people. In a democracy, the will of the majority has the right to override the existing rights. Which just shows us that we are not a true democracy. We are, in fact, have been lied to about, but they're trying to say that the democracy is the majority has the right to override the existing rights. Okay, so look at this. Even they're getting it wrong. Okay, because what I was taught in school was very different. Okay, democracy and a republic are not mutually exclusive to each other, but at the same point, they go hand in hand. Okay, they go hand in hand. The power is at the hands of the individual citizens in a free democratic election. An election of the majority. An election of the majority. Okay? That's what it means to be a democratic republic. And these are probably from people that don't have both systems in place. We were supposed to have both systems in place. We were supposed to, the democratic things is how we do the election. The republic is what we are. Okay, the republic is how the power is supposed to be distributed. The democracy, the democratic portion of it, is how we distribute that power, how we elect those people into office. Okay? Our voting is democratic. Our existence is republic with the voting system of a democracy. That's what we are. Why you people can't understand that simple fact. School of Law notes the United States exemplifies the very nature of a constitutional republic. A country where some decisions, often local, are made by a direct democratic process, while others, often federal, are made by democratically elected representatives. In other words, a republic-based system on the federal level, while as on the local level, it is a democratic process. They're trying to take that democratic process out of the local level and basically stripping all our power away to decide what to do. So they're stripping the democratic portion away with the rights they're doing. See, look at this. Explain right there. UCLA School of Law exemplifies the varied nature of the constitutional republic. We are a republic, but we're a democratic republic. That's exactly what that states right there. Local decisions are democratic, and federal are republic because they're based off of the democratically elected local officials that represent the representatives. The representatives. Democratically elected representatives are supposed to be doing what their constituents told them to do. They don't. They don't. So after the democratic process of election is over, they completely switch to all republic. Just so you guys know, then that's as far as the democratic process goes is the local representatives, and then the local representatives that actually have a say in the federal level, which they do. That's why we have Senate seats and House seats, because those local officials that we've democratically elected are supposed to be representing us at the federal level. Democratic Republic. Stop being fucking stupid. We're both fucking morons. Anyway, there's no way to misconstrue this. There really isn't. That we are a democratic republic. There's no difference between the two in our system. In our system, there's no difference between the two. Constitutional Federal Republic. I don't know who put this in there. Is Canada a republic? Constitutional monarch. Yeah, they're a monarch. I already knew that. How do you explain a republic to a child? State, county, country, state, country, representative, republic. Republic definition for it's terrible. You have to explain the whole system. We are a democratic republic. Democratic republic. Democratically elected representatives to the republic. Leaving any part of that out undermines the entire thing. I wouldn't mind being a complete and 100% democratic institution. That would be for the best. That would be a true equal system. Most people are for that. Actually, a majority of the United States is for that. They're for a democratic country. They're for telling the republic they need to stand down. They're just tools now for the democracy. They no longer hold any power. They just purely represent the voice of the people held in every single democratic election that we need to hold to make this a thing. That's the only way you're going to get this country back, in all reality. Democratic Republic. The foreign government operating on principles adopted from a republic and a democracy. As a cross between two exceedingly similar systems, democratic republics may function on principles shared by both republics and democracies. Common definitions. Oop. Exemplifies the very nature of a constitutional republic and a democratic by a direct. Yeah, so they're the embodiment of a democratic republic. Okay? Or the freaking embodiment of this term. We define this term. Founding and the concept associated with representative democracy. Hence, with the Democratic Republic are suggested by John Adams. There you go, suggested by John Adams. The Democratic Republic. Representatives. Ta-da! Christ, Wikipedia. Not even 5 fucking seconds worth of work. That's just polling track. Polling talk. Polling talk, yeah. Probably back when I was muted. Who knows? At this point, it's been so long, I don't even know. I think I have a few hours before this place opens, if they even open today. If not, I'm going to take a little hike down the street. Grab some gummies. Walk my happy butt all the way back here during the day. And wait. That's all I have to do. All I have to do. Wait. People are so uneducated in this country. People are so fucking undereducated in this country and naive, and it's sickening. But that's the way they want people. That's literally the way they want people. They want them stupid. They want them to be workers. They don't want them to think. And our religious extremists are just falling in line. I doubt my family's even going to bat an eye after they take me out, because my existence has been, or will have been, criminalized. My existence is criminalized. There are certain existences that are supposed to be criminalized. Things like extreme sociopaths, like clinical sociopaths and clinical psychopaths, and people that will cause great harm to many individuals. You're not supposed to criminalize people for having a lifestyle choice that doesn't affect you, that doesn't remotely even begin to affect you, that will never affect you. You're delusional if you think you have a chance with that person. And this is on this is on the cis male side of things, looking at a lesbian. You are delusional as fuck if you think that lesbian would ever fall for you. You are delusional to think that it is okay to try to convert that person to fit your lifestyle choices, to fit your religious moral pretext. You are in the wrong. You are trying to force someone to have a way of life that is completely valid and acceptable and doesn't hurt you one bit. People this delusional need hospitalized for their mental health issues. Excuse me. People this delusional need hospitalized, but they're not going to in this country. They've allowed them to be the ruling body of this country. So now they're forcing people who have no interest in them to have interest of them, or else be considered a criminal for following what they see as an immoral lifestyle. The fuck? You think people are going to go out quietly? I got news for you. The moment this goes down, I know you're preparing for this, but the moment this goes down, I'm surprised it hasn't already happened. I am shocked that this did not happen the moment they announced this. The moment some of these states decided they were going to have trigger laws put in place. I am shocked that it hasn't happened already. Kind of why I'm living in terror, because if nobody's going to act, then I am fucking dead. And that's just the truth of it. We can't bind together because we're too busy saying, woe is me, I'm the more persecuted one. What the fuck is wrong with you? Unite, people. We are all under attack. We are all under attack. And our government is saying its hands are tied. Or else this would have been taken care of immediately. We're in danger. We're in danger. And if you extremist nutcases that think making us criminalized is going to, and starting this mass genocide that you're most likely planning, I can almost guarantee they're planning some kind of mass genocide against us. If you think that's going to stop a famine, the famine that's coming, yeah, good luck with that. You could be concentrating on so many more things that would stop this shit from happening. That would have actively prevented most of this shit from happening. I don't know. It's just like getting fucking vaccinated and being able to go back to work and have things go back to normal, getting your boosters when you need to, and still being able to work normally every day, like nothing's going on because you're out of danger of dying? But instead, you say, let's just make criminalize a whole bunch of people and kill them. That's your plan. That's your plan. Okay, fucking Thanos. Relax. Take a deep breath. Retire and leave this government to saner people. Fuck's sake. Where's the military? Where's the U.S. Marshals? Where's our trust? We want our trust back. Equal rights, equal protected federal rights across the board. Popular vote. True democratic vote across the republic. The representatives will be no more than tools for the democracy, but they will be considered a republic because they are the representatives. So there is still a democratic republic because we still have both factors involved. You just have to remember consequences for going against the democracy, for going against the will of the people. Consequences, immediate consequences, legal consequences. That will ruin your life and make it so that you can no longer function in this society. You'll have to retire and just get a normal job like everybody else. Congratulations. I doubt I'll see that in my lifetime, but it would have been nice. What is why? Yeah. Sorry, I'm just distracting myself again.
They don't like you.
Inbox. You liked my video. Liked your video hours ago. My profile. 12 people liked that video. But it's saying that more people liked the video in my inbox. That's weird. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plus. Okay, that's about right. Yeah. What? Come on. Oh, it's had 219 views. Okay. Let's see. Not that. I'd like to see. Oh, okay.
You won't be able to change it. Like, I get that I'm tone deaf and I don't really fuck able to change it. Like, you're living. If the Supreme Court overturns and allows states, red states, to overturn federal elections, there is nothing you can do about it. And you can call me tone deaf all you want, but there's going to be a bullseye on your head the minute you say something. Like, what are you getting? This is not candies and roses right now. This is code red constitutional crisis. Do whatever you want. Stay there. But you're not
aren't going to be able to change it. This is the end game. And they're going to take everything from you, including your family and your life, especially if you're gay. You're living a fantasy. And that's what got us to this point here. What are you not understanding? You won't be able to change it. Like, I get that you want to...
It is what it is. People are not willing to hear. They don't want to believe in common sense things. Too much, they've done too much to instill what's going to happen. They've done a lot. I don't remember the name being green like that. What is? Oh yeah, it was. Okay. Talking on Twitch today. Rest. No. I can't rest. Take my bag. Good. Boy. Could be bad, guys. It's be very bad. Don't check it. Oof, they don't wait, do they? Which one came out? T-Mobile came out. Okay. Charging me $2 extra a month for some odd reason. That was the air I bought. That was the gas. 3 ounce gone through. It was only for 40 though when it's finalized. Gas. A 10-gallon tank, go figure. Oh god, I should have canceled that. I didn't though, whatever. $70 or $74. Leasing me about $6. Jesus. Plus whatever the tire repair is going to cost. I'll immediately have to go to work and get some more money in my bank account, like immediately after this tire repair. Oh, I'm so fucked. Oh my god. I love it. The fuck am I doing? What the fuck am I doing? I can change that to the end of the month. Probably can't. Needs to be wide. God. I need to view myself real quick so I don't blabber out personal information. Not gonna matter. I should have done it days ago. It's not gonna be a thing. I'm fucked. They're gonna take it even though it's not supposed to come out for 2 days. They're closed today. I stopped the automatic payment, but they're still taking it out for this month. So that's it. That's all I got. I'm broke as a joke. Okay. Great. Fucking great. I don't even have money to get anything to calm my ass down. Great. Fuck it. I've been stopped. Very bad, guys. I'm just changing my trash. Taking out the trash. 48 hours before. Alright. I mean, just changing my trash bag. Taking all the trash. Nope. Up. Here. Yeah. I'm sorry, guys. Been muted. Huh. Guess my gas tank's full. Yeah? There's that. Not that it's gonna matter much. Oh boy. Ooh, Jesus. I'm so rude. I just can't. I'm falling apart at the seams, guys. I'm gonna go. Good luck, stay safe.